Komm auf meinen Stern. Come off mine and stand.
Alright, what's up, everybody? I think I'm gonna debate Pogan. Get that Pogan guy in VC. We're gonna debate that Pogan guy. Because he's been running his mouth on Twitter, saying a lot of bullshit, spreading lies. And this guy, you know, he fashions himself as a great debater, right? Even though he got fucking rolled in our last debate. Thanks, you. Fashions himself as a fine debater, right? So we're gonna get I think he'll come. I think he's a little desperate now, you know? Back in the summer when I was at 100 views, he would ignore us, but I don't know. Why is he back? He's trying to ride a wave of clout off of the DGG people. And also, guys, thank you, Wally. I want to let you guys know something. So tomorrow at 7 p.m., I'm going to try to stream early tomorrow. I can't promise that. Who knows when I wake up, right? But I am starting to wake up earlier than usual now. Like today, I woke up at like 1 p.m., right? Which is good for me, right? For me. So if I wake up early tomorrow, I'm gonna stream until 7 p.m. In which case, I cannot stream anymore, but I am gonna be going on. Let's just say I'll be going on Politically Provoked, not on Twitch. And I'm going to be talking. I don't know if it's a debate. I think it's going to be more of a discussion. But I'm going to be talking to someone who is actually banned on Twitch. So I can't actually stream that discussion at all. I can't stream on YouTube, period, right? Because I've got a contract. But I am going to be having a discussion with someone. Let's just say I've never talked to them before. A lot of people have wanted us to talk for a long time. And they're also banned on Twitch. So that's all the hints I can really give you. That's really all I can give you. Yeah. And the reason I'm not really saying who it is I don't know if I'm allowed to, like, promote that name in general on Twitch. I don't even know how it works. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to it. From what I've seen, he does conduct himself with honor, right? I know the Groypers have a bad reputation, just from what I've heard. But he himself seems to, like, you know, be a normal, civilized person. So, you know, I'm looking forward to it, right? I don't think it's going to be a debate. It's not going to be Alex Jones. I don't think it's going to be we actually, about that, that's a different thing, which I'll put that on the back burner for now, but that's it's not going to be Alex Jones this time. Okay, let's just say that. But fuck. But yeah, that's what's going on. Also, I've been thinking a little bit about social media stuff and boxing. Okay, first of all, I'm not boxing Alex Jones. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that in a boxing match with Alex Jones, I would lose. Okay, there's no boxing match with Alex Jones that's happening anytime soon. Anytime at all, actually. And I have to give it to Alex. That guy is he's wider than me, you know? He is genuinely wider than me, you know? Sam Hyde would also win easily in a boxing match. Are you kidding? Sam Hyde is beefed up. I don't know how he got beefed up, but he is. And he's big. He definitely outweighs me by a lot. And that guy can fight. And I think he's vicious. I think he's vicious enough to actually fight. You know? I think he does have the killer instinct in him, that Sam Hyde guy. I think he would have it in him to do a lot of damage in a fight. Yeah, that's a dangerous guy, you know? That's one of those people where you just say shit like, yeah, there's no such thing as a fair fight, you know? It's just... Zerka's also like that, where it's like, you know, I obviously could not win in a fight with Zerka, but that's why there's no such thing as a fair fight. That's all I'm saying, okay? That's at that point, you just gotta say shit like, there's no such thing as a fair fight, you know? Yeah, he's been trying to fight Hassan, I know that. Holy shit, Pogan's pussying out. Tell Pogan I want to debate about Marxism. Tell him I'd like to debate about Marxism. Tell Pogan I want to debate about Marxism. He doesn't want to talk about Samira Khan. Fine. So, to be clear, Pogan went on Twitter and made a pretty common lie, right? Where he said that Samira Khan got fired from RT because she was praising Stalin, or... Well, it's not true. She was defending Stalin's record, which RT has done on multiple occasions, published articles on multiple occasions doing that. She was not fired from RT. A lot of people think that, for whatever reason. I guess, you know, because it's easy to go with simplistic narratives. But she was not fired from RT. She was not fired in any... And I know that for a fact. Like, I know that. I'm so confident in that fact. I would literally bet my testicle on it. I would bet anything on it. Like, it's... I've been shown the proof. She was not fired. Yeah, I used to think that too. She wasn't. It's just like one of those lies that go around that people repeat who, you know, and it's started from another lie. But, speaking of that, I kind of want to talk a little bit about how internet images work, right? And I promise it's not going to be me complaining. It's just an observation, okay? It's just an observation. But, I didn't understand this at first when I had less clout on Twitter. But I understand it now. And it actually has a lot, and this is how I'm going to interpret it. It has a lot to do... It has a lot to do with, I think the difference between kind of Western Christian metaphysics and Islamic metaphysics. So let me explain it. I think Western Christian metaphysics is dualistic. And what I mean by that is that I think there's just an acknowledgement that... Turn off the music. You know, I was just about to, but... I'm not gonna after you yelled at me to. Like, you're not in charge, bitch. This is my stream. I was gonna until you tried to fucking command me. So now it's not happening. Alright? But anyway, what I mean by that is that I think Western Christian metaphysics is dualistic. And this is gonna sound really complicated. It's not. It's actually pretty simple. I think it's very much dualistic in the sense that it's about kind of a very strict distinction between the worldly and the heavenly, and then, you know, the good and you know, that kind of thing. It's just dualistic in general, right? And as public personalities, so when it comes to dialectic inevitable contradictions that are a fact of life, the way that West Christian metaphysics deals with it is through dualism, right? That's my observation, right? So, for example, if you're a public figure, you have a certain degree of respect. You have a certain degree of, like, you have an image where you're like, you know, you command some respect and authority, and you're taken seriously, and you're a real figure, and taken seriously and whatever. And then the reason that that is paradoxical is because, on the other hand, in addition to having this image, you're also a flawed human being, right? And there needs to be a kind of, there needs to exist an ability to point out the flaw and just like have a sense of knowledge in your flaw as a material human being, right? You're not just your idea, you're also flawed as a human being. So people need to point that out, right? So let me continue with what I'm saying here. And why I'm saying West Christian specifically is because if you do have this threshold between good and beyond good, I'm not simply evil, but you know, the material world, the fallen material world, right? In Orthodox Christianity, that division is manifested in the form of the apocalypse. So in Orthodoxy, you don't directly try to make knowable the real, because that would be trying to like stretch your arm out into the threshold, beyond the threshold which lies apocalypse, right? But it's in Western Christian metaphysics that culminates in modernity and the Enlightenment that we want to know the real. We want to make it completely transparent to us, and we want to be able to feel like we have a command over it. We have some kind of subjective power over it, or at least awareness and consciousness of it, right? Can you guys bear with me? I mean, I'm giving you guys so many gems, but like 90% of you are too fucking stupid to keep up, right? And now I'll shut off the music, right? So what was tough for me is that we have these public personalities, and then you have the dirty underbelly of like what makes you a flawed human being. So whether you're a president or a celebrity or anyone, everyone is supposed to have this shadow double, which is like, you know, you as an imperfect, flawed, hypocritical human being, right? And it's inherently going to appear hypocritical because on the one hand, you have an image projected of me, which is serious and has an ideological character or whatever, and then also I'm a flawed human being. You're also, right? You know, to this day, there's pedophiles on image boards, leftists, who are seething 24/7 about me and bitching and crying and whining, pointing out like every single human imperfection about me and saying, look at the contradiction between this and Haas in his ideological, in his theoretical. Look, I mean, yeah, there is a contradiction because that's just an objective contradiction. No one is Jesus Christ. No one's a fucking Buddha, okay? It's really stupid, right? But that actually is the default thing in the West. It's just like, there is this kind of issue. It is a problem. It's inherently a problem. So there's usually two approaches for West Christian metaphysics, and I'm going to divide them in between the Catholic approach and the Protestant approach, okay? And I'm not taking a dig at Catholicism or Protestantism. I'm doing a kind of observation of the metaphysical significance of, in this case, what I consider a mistake, right? Or at least, not a mistake, but just something that I find trouble relating to, right? So the first approach is the default one, which is the Catholic approach, which is basically this. Yeah, I get it. We're flawed human beings, but wink, wink, we just look the other way. It's not important. We just look the other way. Still point it out and focus on it, but we're going to look the other way. And God is also going to look the other way. And, you know, whatever, right? And, you know, that's where the accusation of hypocrisy often comes from with Catholicism, is it's like, you consider this to be in contradiction with what it means to be a good person, but you look the other way for the sake of the institution, the church, right? If the priests are diddling kids, whatever, because we'll look the other way, we'll cover it up because we have to protect the church, right? And that's actually how it works for most celebrities, most public officials, most streamers, and most anything, right? It's basically like, this thing where it's like, okay, yeah, they're a flawed, imperfect human being, but we're going to look the other way. And that's, Hassan Piker is the perfect example of this, right? Hassan, on the one hand, is a socialist streamer, but he also makes a ton of money. He's got a $3 million house. And most of his community gets that's kind of a contradiction, but they just look the other way because it's not important, right? The more important thing is the cause and the message and whatever he represents, right? And this is so here comes the Protestant approach, right? The Protestant approach, and I'm willing to be open to a more intelligent observation, but in my view, the Protestant approach is where you become fanatical about that contradiction and you're kind of like, wait a second, no, that is hypocrisy. That is a contradiction. We're not going to just let that fucking slide. Like, you need to, and that's where that's where the crazies kind of are coming from, right? Where it's like the internet trolls, like the Riddler from Batman was like, you're a liar! And then, that whole thing, like, you're a liar, you're a fraud, you're a phony. That guy who killed John Lennon, the guy who killed John Lennon and killed him because John Lennon is a phony, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's the Protestant approach in my view, right? So, and it's a spectrum. It's a spectrum. There's different kind of like ways. So sometimes that could take the form of an internet troll getting, butthurt and ass mad and becoming an obsessive stalker. It could be in the form of like, leaving comments or, it's just a spectrum, right? So to me, that is the primary metaphysical orientation in the West, from West Christianity, is this kind of dualism, right? The problem is that I think maybe this was the issue. Is I was coming from a more Islamic perspective where when you point out a flaw of mine, right? The reason I often would not look the other way and I would get really combative and I would address every single criticism, no matter how small or trivial or stupid. Like, it could be about my appearance, it could be about, it wasn't really because it bothered me emotionally in terms of my ego, whatever, right? To be honest, if I'm going to be honest with you, streaming has been very flattering as far as like my sense of like personal appearance and all that. And I used to be a very average guy, in my mind. But I was also isolated for a long time, to be fair. But
Based.
Emirio has it exactly correct. The reason I would address every single criticism and it would bother me, it would provoke a response out of me, is because in the Islamic perspective, we are not dualistic. We are not dualistic. And while we do recognize that contradiction, we don't consider it a fundamental metaphysical contradiction. We consider the obsessiveness over private details and human flaws to be a misunderstanding of the nature of divinity and the nature of good. The Islamic conception of good includes the fact that humans are flawed, and that humans are worldly, and that humans are material. We don't obsess over the contradiction between heaven and earth because the object of Islamic metaphysics is a combination of heaven and earth, which is like water, right? Water has like central importance in Islam for this reason. So to me, and this is just coming from my Islamic perspective, when someone is pointing out a flaw of mine or is attacking me for some kind of reason or is saying, trying to make my image, smear my image, I'm not responding to that because I consider my image to be divine and full of perfect and completely perfect. It's that in Islamic culture, when you point out someone's private being, you're not just saying that that person is also an imperfect human, or that's a given, right? You're also saying that they have done something wrong to the point where it deserves to be shamed publicly, right? So like in the Islamic perspective, if someone calls you out publicly, like, oh, hey, you beat up a homeless person, that makes sense because you did something that crosses the line to the point where you deserve to be shamed over this. You did something wrong. But other than that, the Islamic approach to public images is basically like, we all know that, you go take shits on the toilet and you have to wipe your ass and it's really unpleasant, but we don't bring that to the fore, and we don't make that explicit or make that public, because we have an understanding that it's a given that we're not gods. It's a given that we're imperfect human beings. Like, there's no need to even point that out, right? So like, in my view, if there was like an Islamic celebrity culture that was uniquely Islamic, it would kind of be like, we don't see celebrities as these divine beings, so we don't need to point out their flaws in the first place in order to like elevate them to the status of celebrities, because that's a given, right? It's just really stupid to point out the private side, because we all do have a private side. And it's not just that we all have a private life, it's also the fact that I'm going to be honest, this is just my opinion, and I coexist with other religions. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's my perspective and my opinion. I think the West Christian metaphysics comes from a fundamentally wrong view of the nature of good. I think for them, the fact that we are worldly, imperfect human beings is somehow something we should be ashamed of, or something that somehow poses a threat, challenges, or undermines our ability to be good people, right? Or holy people, or spiritual people. And I just fundamentally reject that view. I think it's a completely mistaken and wrong view. I think that that's just and guys, by the way, and this goes without saying, I may be wrong about my broad generalization of West Christianity. I'm just talking about the broad cultural trend I've been seeing on the internet, which is, confused me for a long time. But in the past month or so, I've started to kind of understand that. So the Islamic view, right, is kind of a view of a flat surface where, yes, I'm going to respond to every flaw and criticism, because it's just we're all equal on the surface. So if like a random one follower account is attacking me, it's a problem, right? And now I understand that this has caused a misunderstanding, and which is it means something else to people living in the West, which the people I'm interacting. And now I'm taking note of that. That's not what they're seeing. What they're seeing is me validating the ugly, dirty side of things, right? If you go like on Will Smith, let's say it's a celebrity like who's a fucking celebrity? I don't even know. Let's say you have it's this hard for me to come up with a fucking name of a celebrity. I can't believe this. Let's say you have Ari. Let's do it a man. Let's do a man. Let's say it's yeah, Christian Bale. Sure, Christian Bale. Christian Bale's got a Twitter, and or Tom Holland's got a Twitter. Let's do that one. It's more realistic. He's got a Twitter, and someone responds and replies to his Twitter saying, "Oh, Tom," and they just say some bad thing about him. And then Tom Holland responds. All of a sudden, the message he's giving for the Western audiences is that he's validated it. Because we are supposed to look away and just ignore when people talk about our dirty underbelly of who we are as human beings. And people won't attach too much importance or gravity to the dirty thing that they're pointing out. Because they just understand that, yes, of course, this person's not perfect, and all that person's doing is pointing out their imperfections. So if Tom Holland was responding to every small criticism of him, right, or any other celebrity was responding to every small criticism of him, then what they would effectively be doing is giving more gravity and weight to it than it otherwise would have. So me, I've always thought of this that I must be doing something wrong or I made a mistake to be getting these negative responses. But I understand now that it is a need, it's a metaphysical need for the Western audiences to throw dirty shit on you in order to just confirm the fact that you're not a god and you're just like an imperfect, flawed human being. And to me, that was a cultural misunderstanding I didn't quite understand, right? Uh, you know, and that's why people are always saying, "Oh, Haz, you're so insecure." And the reason is because they probably assume that I am trying to give the message that I am devoid of flaws and I'm a perfect human being. Because I will not tolerate this dissent and criticism. What I didn't understand is that there is a psychological need for internet users living in the West to point out the underbelly of what your public image is. And that, again, that underbelly is not going to have a lot of weight or gravity to it unless it is ascribed with moral significance. And the only way to ascribe it with moral significance is if the creator in question, the celebrity in question, interacts with it, which is what I've been fucking doing. And if someone who has some clout makes it a moral issue and says this person has done something wrong, right? It's not simply a matter of making fun of it. Um, and usually when a creator embarrasses themselves, a celebrity embarrasses themselves without someone else casting them in a negative light, it's usually because they were showing too much subjectivity, showing too much care and investment. Like that Mike from PA guy, when he was touching Bad Bunny or when he was punching the couch, he was validating the cringe we were experiencing by manifesting it himself physically. So that's an example of that, right? Um, but I definitely understand how it works now. I am starting to get a hang and understanding how it works. A lot of people are like, Haas, you're so stupid. You never understood how this works. And I was just like, yeah, because I never understood why people find it necessary to have negativity unless you did something morally wrong. But now I understand that Western subjects, many of them have a psychological need to just point out negativity for negativity's sake in order to maintain a dualism. And what really got me going thinking about this was when I saw that Twitter post of that guy who was like, I make more money than you in a month than you do in a year, and I fuck girls you'll never be able to even talk to in your whole life. And he was right. I mean, all he was doing was just putting out some positivity, which was right. I mean, he was like correct, right? But Twitter still found it necessary to check him and bring him down a notch because he was violating that kind of metaphysical dualism, which is the foundation of the Christian West, right? You need to have that balance. You can't just have a positive image. It needs to be brought down a notch and debased. I think in Islamic or Russian social media, you have people do that shit all the time. And I don't think it's common in those cultures to debase, right? If someone posted that in if someone posts how successful they are and shit in Russia or in a Middle Eastern country or whatever, or in India is also a good example. They're usually just going to get positive engagement. You're not going to have these snide comments like, "Oh, I'm going to bring you down a notch." No, those people don't feel the need to impose negativity in order to maintain a balance, right? I don't understand how internet loonies criticizing celebs and creators any doing Western Christianity. It doesn't. I ultimately don't think that. I think it's degenerate behavior, which is ultimately not compatible with the West Christian view. Totally. But it's an example of how degeneracy manifests itself. So, for example, in Islamic countries, there's degeneracy, but it manifests itself in a different way than in West Christian countries. It's not that one is better than the other. It's just there's differences in how things work and how things have meaning, right? And I'm kind of it's more a Dugan approach of like it's not that one is better than the other. It's just these are different sites of meaning. These are different polarities where different things mean different things, right? What do you think about the concept of the flex? Yeah. Isn't "I fuck girls you never talk to" like a direct insult to the reader? Well, this is something I had to learn also, which is that I didn't know the reader is unconditional. If it doesn't apply to you, then it doesn't apply to you, right? When I would make tweets, like I made a tweet, for example, like all my haters are ugly fucks, right? And to me, it's like, well, if you have a problem with this tweet, you're giving yourself away as a hater. You know what I'm saying? If it applies to you, it applies to you, right? It's boasting. Nah, I don't know if it's boasting, right? Because, well, I mean, it kind of is, but all they're doing is sharing their success. I don't know why people have to knock that down. Well, I do know why they have to. I'm just sharing with you my thoughts on it, my observation. Then this wouldn't be the positivity putting up on the world. The norm position would be to ignore it. What?
Based.
Vladimir Putin is
Thank you.
good.
No, actually, it wouldn't be to ignore it. Now I get it. That nefarious. You have just explained to me why the West Christian view to me. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You either have to. It's either nothing or it's a problem. It's either nothing or it's a problem. But there's also such a thing as inspiration. There's also such a thing as grace and gratefulness, and there's also such a thing as genuine admiration, not envious admiration, but just like, hey, good for you, you know. There's such a thing as like something that is being put out in the world that's positivity that people just see as a net good. Like a lot of people are like, I don't get it how in these third world countries when people are posting how they're on yachts and how they're like,
Mashallah.
you know, having all of this this flourishing in their life. Why are all these poor people liking it and retweeting it? And the reason is because they genuinely appreciate the fact that this even exists. They're grateful that such nice things even exist on Earth in the first place. It's the same reason when people post pictures of nature and, you know, people are like, wow, nature's so beautiful. Like, it's the same thing, you know? It's that same it's a positive post, but you don't have to respond to it with negativity. You could also respond to it with you know, some kind of admiration. It needs to be sort of like a weak type of positivity, like posting cats. No, the cat posting is not what I'm talking about, okay? The cat posting, whatever the fuck you're talking about, is like, oh, this is so wholesome. And what does it mean for something to be wholesome? It means it has to fulfill you and satisfy you somehow, in some subjective way. It has to fulfill and satisfy you. But just posting positivity doesn't necessarily have to satisfy you. It doesn't have to like be wholesome. It could just be something you genuinely, you know, look at and you're like, good for them, you know, and you keep it moving, but good for them, you know. I think this is really a big difference I have. And I can't agree with the view of most people on the internet, but I am aware of it now, and I understand. I have to be conscious of it. I can't just assume everyone is on the same page as me, right? Which I'm gonna keep going forward. I'll like, keep in mind. Yeah, the Western view emphasizes different things. Um, and to be fair, I don't know if this is true for. I probably it's not just because of the culture I came from. It's also because quite pretty consciously, like through philosophy and all this intellectual shit I've been doing and whatever, this spiritual journey, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I genuinely came to adopt a perspective that is different from the prevailing view, right? That is actually more in line, in my view, with prevailing Islamic or Eastern view of things, right? So I do not respect any feeling of envy. I don't respect feelings of envy. I don't respect people who think I don't respect envy at all. Just period. Point blank period. I do not respect any form of envy. Envy is the weakest and ugliest emotion a human being can have. It is the most ugly, disgusting emotion any human being can have. Period. I would rather die than be envious of anyone, you know? And anytime, by the way, I don't know, some people have disabilities, and there's nothing wrong with those disabilities, but it's a lot of people who happen to be on this side of the internet. And when I say shit like, oh, I'm so jealous of that person, they're like, oh, you said you're jealous. Well, your problem is you're taking it literally, right? I don't actually mean I'm jealous. I'm trying to say, good for them. It's just a different way of saying good for them, right? But I genuinely think envy is the most disgusting, ugly thing. It's the most disgusting, ugly emotion human beings can have. Is it really right to classify all non-Western views as Eastern? No, it's not. Well, it is because the West is the exception. That's why all of those different cultures are very different, but they all have in common a lack of dualistic neuroticism. They all have in common a lack of like, you know, kind of this just sense that like the world is closing in on us and we have to defend the border at all costs and that if the border it's like that kind of thing, right? That we're always being besieged by the horde and it's always being brought to the edge of apocalypse. And I think that's a kind of perspective I don't understand. I don't think I'm gonna be able to start some kind of like aesthetic religious revolution that's gonna just change how people behave. So I'm just gonna adjust to it. I can't really change something so that people find so fucking fundamental. Envy can drive admiration. No, it can't. Envy doesn't drive admiration. Envy drives obsess. I honestly look. I think people who have envious feelings should be in jail. That's what I think. I think those are scum and they're evil scumbags. If I ever consider someone better than me, I look at them as a model and I aspire to, in the best possible way, be like them. If I do consider them better than me, I aspire to somehow be that. And if I cannot be that, then I don't want that. Does that make sense? I don't want what I can't have. I genuinely do not want what I cannot have. It doesn't make sense to want what you cannot have. And honestly, whenever people have things that I do want, but I cannot have, though it's always a positive, not a negative. Like, for example, whenever I see a very intact hairline and a very good hairline, I'm always like, mashallah, at least that exists. At least it's, at least somewhere that exists. Like, you know what I mean? That's my fucking mentality. And obviously I'm gonna get a transplant, so I am gonna be that, because I do think that looks the best in my view. Just in my opinion. I don't know if it would look the best on me, though, because the way my head is shaped. But, you know, everyone I've ever looked up to, I do resemble. Not fully, but I have aspects and features of them. Everyone I've ever looked up to, I have some features of them, right? I've never looked up to or wanted to have, and it's always it's always a misunderstanding, right? Like, for example, let's say this always happens with fat people. This always happens with fat people. It always happens with them, okay? With fat people who are envious, they go, I'm so envious of that skinny guy or that fit guy. I'm so envious. And then you tell the fat guy, you say, hey, do you know how his cardiovascular system is? Do you know what his diet is? Do you know what his lifestyle is? And then all of a sudden, when you show them what it actually feels like to be that person, they just sit back on the couch and they go, oh, whatever. And they eat their chips. You don't want to be that guy. You're happy doing what you're doing, sitting on the couch and eating chips. If you genuinely wanted to be like that person you have envy for, you would change your whole lifestyle, but you don't want to do that because it doesn't make you feel good. And if it doesn't make you feel good, how could you know what it's like to be that person? You know what I mean? Or it's like people with me when it comes to muscles or whatever, it's like, okay, here, this is what I do. This is how I live my life. This is what I do at the gym. This is how I eat. This is how I train. And like, it's not worth it. And I was like, okay, well, you look like how you deserve. You look like how you deserve. And then when people are envious of how people's faces look, you say, okay, that's what their face looks like. Let me tell you what type of personality this person has, who they are, what they believe, what their aesthetic is, how much beauty they're able to appreciate. And then they're like, and then they have an ugly personality. And then what do you know? They have an ugly face. It's like, you're happy with your ugly worldview. You are happy with your ugly, corrupt view of the world. And you want to have a beautiful face, And I literally think that people who are able to appreciate the most beauty in the world look that way, right? I don't care what you tell me. If science tries to contradict me, science is wrong. I don't give a fuck. If you can appreciate a true aesthetic of beauty, it will show. It will shine on you. Period. Period. So, also, that's also when you understand this politically and you get into the political aspect of what I'm saying, it's got to be one of the most ugly, like, pathetic things in the fucking world for leftist politics to be based in envy. It's never based in the working class. The more envy you have, the more you're a fucking loser. You came from the middle class or the ruling class or the petty bourgeois, and you're just this fucking bitter loser, And it never comes from the working class or from the peasants. It always comes from these fucking corrupted urban people who are just like, yeah, they may have gotten the short end of the stick being losers, but you're going to tell me you're going to lead along Marx was a guy who was a winner, came from a successful family, had a successful future ahead of him, was absolutely brilliant, could have done anything they wanted in the whole fucking world, and decided to fight for the working class. Not an ounce of envy in that man for anyone. Engels inherited a fucking factory. So it was the same thing for Frederick Engels. Lenin, if you didn't know this, when he was in his school, he was at the top of his class. He outclassed everyone. He got dismissed from his university because he was fighting for the working class and he was engaging in revolutionary activity. So in Mao, it's the same story. So in every single case where you have communist figures, these are people who are winners and who are successful people who didn't have any envy or resentment in them whatsoever, who decided to fight for the work. Same thing. Look at Che Guevara, look at Fidel. No envy, no resentment, none of that. And they decided to fight for the working class. And meanwhile, these malformed, ugly, corrupt pieces of shit, so much, they will never be world historical leaders. Those are the people that become Hitler or something. At most, the most power they could ever get is becoming a Hitler and eventually meeting a Hitler's end, right? But those people will never, ever, leave a good mark on history. So when I say envy is the root of all, it is. And it's especially dangerous when it comes to this leftist politics shit, because it's so easy to be envious of the rich. I am not envious of the rich. I feel like I'm one of those people. I don't give a fuck what you see. You can laugh at me all you fucking want. You can laugh at me all you want. But I genuinely think I'm one of those people who sets trends and the rich follow me. I send a trend and they want to read my books. They want to look at my works of art. They want to they're behind me, And if they're not, then I'll learn from them. But that's my mental. That's how I've always seen things, right? I've never had envy for, I don't I've been around those people. I know that life. I know those people. It's just not, that's not where the object is. That's the aftermath. That's not where the object is, right? I'd rather be homeless than have to be in that insulated networking, whatever. I pity those people. I pity those people. I pity those people. I believe Jesus said they're going to hell. Why would you envy that? If they're going to hell, you should pity them. But you shouldn't have envy. I'll give you an example of this. You want to know how many of these rich people are talking about crypto and blockchain in 2022? Hey, back in 2016, I was doing that. And I left it behind. I was doing that in 2016. And I was theorizing all of the implications it was going to, and everything. And I was there, right? I was there. There. And the so-called the rich, who I'm supposed to hate because I envy, they weren't there. I didn't, Yeah, I was watching Nick Land's classes, that he was doing for exclusive class videos he was doing. He did a whole class on the blockchain. I watched that. He did an entire class on the blockchain in 2017, 2016. I don't remember the exact date, but I watched that. Okay? Anyway, is Pogan gonna bitch out today? Is Pogan bitching out? Did he really pussy out? What a literal pussy. So he actually pussied out. So he's not debating. He pussied out. Did you guys tell him it's about Marxism? Because it is. I want to debate him about Marxism. Well, I'm gonna blow my nose. I don't even get a fucking fork. The fuck? Save the ocean! Fuck you. Alright. Alright. Let me see. Is Pogan not gonna debate? Let me see. Pogan. Do I have him as a friend? Nope, he removed me as a friend. And he also appears to have left the Discord. He apparently also left the Discord. So he's actually running away. Huh. So he ran away.
Based.
Yeah. So Samira replied right here to get him to come. She said, debate Haas on Marxism, get in VC. Yeah. I don't know why he's running away. Huh. Huh. All right, so we have a host of things. A real host of things, actually. All right, so yeah, this is actually kind of relevant because there was something that was said that a lot of people, Destiny saying, "Oh, the Azov Battalion only 2,000." Did you know?
Full year Infra 8 Sun Gorilla.
According to this graphic from Reuters, which was from 2020, actually 40% of Ukraine's armed forces, 102,000 fighters, were paramilitary, and you can pretty easily infer that means they're the far right. Or they're mercenaries. How many people become paramilitary soldiers that don't harbor extreme nationalist views? I doubt very many, if you had to ask me. I doubt. I mean, Azov and the other ones, those are just the groups that are explicit neo-Nazis, like the Hitler swastika ones, right? 102,000 other fighters are paramilitary. So I wonder how many of those are Nazis. Yeah. There are allegations of a chemical attack, and we're going to cover it. We're going to cover those allegations. And there's a new thing going on, which is that there's new lockdowns in Shanghai. And there's also been a lot of fake news and bullshit being spread about what's going on in Shanghai. So we're also going to cover that today as well. We have a lot on our itinerary and on our agenda. As a matter of fact. Those same neo-Nazis are fighting on the Russian side. No, they're not. No, they're not. First of all, Russia cracked down hard on neo-Nazism in like 2011. So you can't be openly a fucking Nazi, first of all. So if there's Nazis on the Russian side, they have to conceal or downplay their background. You don't get people wearing swastikas and have flags with swastikas and shit like on the Ukrainian side. You want to understand the essence of national identity? I'll just sum it up for you. A nation is the dialectic opposite of a state. When you have a modern state, the modern state also has a nation. That's literally what a nation is. A nation is the shadow of a modern state. It's the material basis of a modern state. That's what a nation is. Simple. I will define a nation very simply for you. The material basis of a modern state. So a modern state, let me explain it like this. A modern state decides that there's a community on a formal level where we're all citizens of the community, and we have these laws, and we're under the rule of this state, and that's where we're part of this state, right? But that's kind of just formal, right? What about in terms of the real content of that? Well, that's the nation. Simple as that. The nation is things that are not legislated by the state, like the common language, the common mores, the common customs, the common traditions, the common, ways and character and things. That's what a nation is, right? That's what I mean by dialectic opposite. And that's why America, it's very tough to have a national question for America. Because, yeah, there isn't a single nation. You're right. I love how people try to say that the Nazis in Ukraine's armed forces are marginal when 40% of Ukraine's armed forces are paramilitary, which can easily be inferred to mean substantively far right. It's pretty fucking crazy.
Mr. Mayor, why'd you live in our time? Why'd you cut our time down? You don't have anything to say? Why'd you cut our time down? Why'd you cut our...
The connection between paramilitary and far right. What do you mean? Do you know what paramilitary means? A paramilitary is the extra state military actors who are not part of the official army. So they're part of like political organizations and all that shit. Well, who do you think that is?
Why'd you cut our time down? You don't have anything to say? Why'd you cut our time down? Why'd you cut our time down? Do you have an explanation, or are you just a coward?
They're allowed to do that.
No, they're not.
Hold on, let me check this out. Let me show you guys this. This is crazy.
Mr. Mayor, why'd you live in our time? Why'd you cut our time down? You don't have anything to say? Why'd you cut our time down? Why'd you cut our time down? Do you have an explanation, or are you just a coward?
They're allowed to do that.
No, they're not. That's the First
Happens
Amendment.
all the time.
These are real issues.
Happens
These are real.
How do you feel about Hassan saying Putin is increasing the amount of Nazis and people sympathetic to them in Ukraine and due to the conflict? It's stupid. The reason that's stupid is because Nazis don't need an excuse. They grow in power because of the I can't call it a bad word that Trump called some countries, but Ukraine is not a very good place to live in, and that's not because of Russia. It's because it is economically mismanaged. It is in debt to the World Bank and the IMF and to the West and to private corporations. I mean, private companies. And that's really where the Nazi thing comes from, not Russia, okay? So that Nazi problem, it was getting out of... I'll give you an example, right? Zelensky tried to have peace negotiations with Russia back in 2018, 2019, and he was threatened by these neo-Nazi paramilitary people, right? They said, no, we're not going to have peace with Russia. So it's like, that's the kind of issue you're dealing with, and the situation kept getting worse and worse and worse as the years went on because of the conflict in the Donbass. So what Hassan is saying, where he's like blaming Putin, oh, Putin, you're making the neo-Nazi problem much worse. You're wrong, Hassan, because the situation in Ukraine was already a mess that by itself was able to generate exponentially increase the power of the neo-Nazis, right? It's like a cancer. It's like it's a cancer that's like growing on its own, you know, and then it's like blaming the doctors for trying to get rid of the cancer, which was this neo-Nazi problem. That's the Russian perspective, at least, right? The Russians went into Ukraine to stop the tumor from growing. You know, what? If they just didn't do anything, it's not like, you know, it would have fucking went away.
No, but they can't be doing that. That's the first. No. These are real issues going on in the world. You're telling me they don't want LGBTQ?
You're an actor.
No, they don't
You're
want
an actor.
LGBTQ.
I've seen you
Black
at
Lives
Grapevine.
Matter.
No, now that I think of it, though, Hassan kind of is also very sensitive to criticism in the same way that I am. I feel like I handle it better, but he tries to concede so much to the Western culture where he's like, okay, fine, yeah, I'll accept all this criticism, but then he just has this threshold where it's like, even when he concedes everything to them, they still hound him, and he just actually explodes in anger. And I have that same thing. And I think it actually stemmed from the fact that we come from a similar culture, right?
I've seen you with
But these are
If not the same one.
real issues. These are real issues. You're telling me they're not
You're
pushing
an
this in the army?
actor. You're
Watch
an
the
actor.
last army commercial.
Like, what gets us is not the small things. It's when you concede and you're like, fine, whatever. I'll look the other, whatever. I get it. You be so charitable, right? And then even after you're so charitable, you do all of the things right, they still keep at it. And that's what brings us over the tipping edge. It's not criticism. It's how, even despite how charitable we are, you still take more and more. And it's like, it's like, what the fuck do you want at what point, right? But we have that issue because we don't know what's going on. We don't know the fact that what they're doing is like, the more we try to defend ourselves, the more they're going to throw a shadow opposite of critique at us. And the reason for that is because they're trying to keep us in check. You know, they're trying to have that balance. You can't have someone be too positive. If you want to understand this, guys, look at Turkish or Middle Eastern soap operas, okay? Or movies or whatever. They are very direct, one-sidedly positive, whatever, right? Or very dramatic, whatever, right? We don't do this thing where we like have this self-awareness that's meant to keep us in check. Like, you know how in Marvel movies they're like, like where they like say like a line like, I'm Spider-Man. That sounded better in my head. In a Turkish movie or a Middle Eastern, Turkey is like the center of media for like most of the Middle East. So that's why I'm saying Turkish. In a Turkish movie, you're going to have Spider-Man like, I am the Spider-Man. And then they're not going to have any irony or self-awareness, right? Because it's like just there, right? It's like, do I have to point out the fact that I go take shits in between the scene? No, I don't. We all know that. That's not why we were here, right? But in Western movies, they're like, I'm Spider-Man. Also, I just took a shit. And you have to point out explicitly the mirror opposite of the image. And you have to always subvert the thing on the surface. You always have to subvert the surface, right? So Westerners are anal. Well, that's kind of the neurotic thing. It's where it comes from. Well, it's one and the same with it, right?
Watch the last army commercial.
Different commercials. You're an actor.
But watch the last
You're
army.
an
That doesn't.
Yeah, in Western movies, the evil guy will be forgiven by the good guy because they're ultimately like, hey, it's a balance. It's metaphysical dualism. But in the Islamic world, everything's supposed to be oneness, right? You want to destroy and wipe out evil. You don't want to tolerate evil. So when in the Islamic world, when it comes to those movies, the bad guy is wiped out. There's no forgiveness or redemption for them. They're wiped out. They should not exist. They should never have been born. They are an affront to nature itself, and they should not even breathe, right? That's the view, right? Islamic Batman does kill people, okay? The Islamic Batman, he literally kills the Joker. That's how it is. They don't have this thing where it's like, I can't kill you, Joker, because we need each other. No, the Islamic Batman would literally fucking rip the Joker's heart out and eat it, okay? Well, they wouldn't do that because that's satanic, but you get the idea, right? Yeah, that's the other thing. Islamic Batman is Ra's al Ghul, because that is how Ra's al Ghul is. Or like Bane from that movie, or Ra's al Ghul, because that's how he is. And that's where Batman disagrees with him, but Ra's al Ghul's right, you know? Ra's al Ghul says, Gotham is corrupt, so Gotham must go. Batman says, no, I want to beat up homeless people every day, even though I rely on that same corruption for my identity and fulfillment. You know? Ra's al Ghul cuts the chase. He goes, listen, Batman, you got such an issue with Gotham. Let's take care of the problem. You know? But apparently Ra's al Ghul's a bad guy for that, you know? And then Batman goes, no, we need... It's like a metaphysical religious difference. It's a religious metaphysical difference. Yeah, that's actually true, Janar. Islamic Gotham would be hit by a meteor. Or Ra's al Ghul would be the good guy who literally wipes it off the face of the earth.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, also, why does no one point out? That's a good point, Simon. No one points out Batman's a pedo who groomed Robin. I've never seen anyone interpret it like that, but it's true. So true.
I'm speaking on real issues. I'm speaking on real issues. It doesn't matter. The army is woke, and I'm exposing that, just like you guys. And you're a coward, sir. It doesn't matter.
Iranian Batman would save the city and then die in the last scene. It's kind of true, actually.
It doesn't matter. He's trying
They canceled him for a while because of the pederasty. I didn't know that.
to say that these aren't real issues I'm talking about. They're not pushing gay.
Okay. We can't watch that video any longer. Look at this, guys. This is this fucking the joke writes itself. Look at this fucking headline. Guys, check this headline out. The joke writes itself. Check this out. Check this out. Syrian white helmets offer Ukrainians tips on recording war crimes. That's actually real. And it's actually real. Hold on, I'm gonna make a tweet. Because this is just too good. Okay? This is just too good. No fucking way. I can't believe that's that explicit. I can't fucking believe that. I literally can't believe that. Hogan said he's not gonna okay, I'm gonna just tell him this. Running errands for Haas again? I'm not baiting it. Okay, I'm gonna say, I want to debate you about whether your views are compatible with Marxism and about this contention. Your views on your understanding of Marx's views are very poor. Are very poor. Do you think you have a grasp on Marx's views? If so, debate what exactly they are, if you can. Or, alternatively, we can debate about socialism. Debate about socialism. Your understanding and definition of socialism is faulty, is wrong, and incompatible with the one not only held by all Marx himself, but the majority of socialists in the 19th and early 20th century. Yeah, I think that's all I really need. It's like this would be the easiest debate ever. It'd be the easiest debate in the world. See, does he respond? Get a moderator and a neutral platform. Why are you so scared? If you agree to not interrupt, I won't either. And if you don't raise your voice, I won't either. Simple. Simple. He's being a pussy. I know he's doing this. He wants all these terms and conditions because he's a pussy, right? That's like so generous and charitable, right? That's really generous and really charitable. I don't know why anyone would reject these pretty easy terms for a debate. Can you already recommend a last debate? Yes, I did.
Based Sun Gorilla.
Thank you, Emila. Debate me? College. Who the fuck says that? College rules. Is he that scared? Is he that scared? Why is he so fucking scared? Excuse me, I think we should follow the college rules. When we tried that the last time, you server muted me twice mid-sentence. You were malding about this and as you exposed. Either you can control yourself, obey debate rules, and I'm a mod, or you can't and just want to scream reviews again. Choose one. There is no reason the debate shouldn't happen right now unless you're scared. If you don't want me to mute you, we can have it in a call rather than in my Discord PC. Simple. That's pretty fucking simple to me. That's pretty fucking simple to me. No, he said he's gonna say Pesto Mime's not neutral. Hit up, and he wants me to hit up Modern Day Debate. Who I'm not even talking to those people anymore. I don't even talk to those fucking people anymore. Modern Day Debate? What? Why is he such a pussy? He's so scared to debate me. He's literally so scared. He's so fucking scared. If you stop, first of all, the burden of you is to prove I'm wrong. Go watch the debate and look at how many opportunities I gave him to address why he was wrong. All he was doing was repeating the same arguments I had already addressed over and over again. Get a neutral moderator, and I'm happy to talk to you for however long your heart desires. Literal pussy. That's like that simple. I don't know what else to fucking say. I don't know what else to say. Get a neutral moderator, and I'm happy to talk. Thank you so much, Noble Luna. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Noble Luna. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I can't believe this guy's so scared to fucking debate. By the way, who the fuck is a neutral moderator? Dude is actually a pussy. They can't even defend their honor. Just gonna sit on the fucking internet, keep talking shit. That's unreal. That's literally unreal. That's actually unreal. Politically provoked. What is she doing right now? Is she live? She's not live. Also, I don't know if she streams on Twitch still. Does she? Permission. We're gonna get into the chemical bomb allegations very soon. Yeah, let me say define neutrality. Hogan, define what constitutes neutrality and how it can be demonstrated in a proposed moderator. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that same shit he does. Same fucking debate sophistry he does. Yeah, that alacrity shit. Keg W. Thank you, Vari. Appreciate it. Care to define what a neutral moderator is and how it can be how their proposed moderators neutrality can be demonstrated? Also, why does the format need to be structured? Don't you have adequate knowledge of Marxism and or socialism off the top of your head? Yeah, I'm gonna tell him to define structure. President Sunday and MDD are both good platforms. The President Sunday, the swamp creature, is not a neutral stream moderator whatsoever or in any capacity at all. Doesn't give a shit about a megalo like you. So that's also off the table. President Gyno Sunday, who still cries about me to this day. Whoa, shit! There you go. No, they should debate me now. There's no... Stop shifting the fucking goalposts. There's no reason they shouldn't debate me right fucking now. If they claim to be walking around claiming to be this knowledgeable person and good debater, when they're called out on the spot and they're not busy, they should be able to be up for the task. Because I could do the same fucking thing. Okay? If I went around claiming to profess the level of knowledge and grasp of things that Pogan does, then I can't just make an excuse when I'm called out. Like, if your personality exists in order to spread knowledge and demonstrate how good of a handle you have over these things, you should be able to fucking debate about them. If you're this debate bro, lord guy, whatever, you should do it on the fucking spot. You know? It's not like I'm asking him to box. I'm not asking him to box. I'm asking him to defend the entire basis of his fucking online stature, right? I've debated on MDD twice before, you goofball. I have completely cut off all relations with them anyway. Stop making excuses and just debate. Why the fuck are you so scared? I thought you were claimed to be such a great debater and knowledgeable. What a pussy. What a literal pussy. Just debate me. Just debate me. He's scared. Let me show you the picture he posted. He posted this picture where he posted this photo where he like defeated me and everyone in a debate. And now he's coming for Jimmy Dore. Like, this is the photo he posted. This is the fucking photo he posted. Look at this. He posted this photo where oh, what a tough guy. And then I said, how can you expect to face Jimmy when you got so easily destroyed by me? You know? No, he didn't even debate Jackson. He just made a fucking video essay about him. When did he debate fellow traveler? Why not just stop being a pussy and debate? Though. I think that's pretty reasonable. You ever notice this is how it works? It doesn't even have to be a debate. Whenever someone just challenges me to anything, I'm just like, okay, let's do it. And they're like, no, it has to be under my terms and conditions. Like, remember that fucking Dylan Burns guy? We were debating about Taiwan. He starts talking about boxing, and I'm like, okay, why don't we go outside then? Oh, no, are you threatening me? Like, oh, shit. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know, is this another cultural difference I don't get? Where it's like, no, just do it. Don't fucking make excuses and... You know what I mean? What is up with that? Yeah, or Destiny, same shit. Just fucking do it. If it's worth it to talk about it, you should do it. Right? That's just that's my philosophy. If it's worth it to talk about something, just do it. Because the fairest way for us to genuine be through a formally structured... No. You just defend your views without someone holding your hand. Wow. Just debate. Why are you so scared? Look at this dude. He'll write these paragraphs. I love how you will write paragraphs and essays, but not debate. It's like, what the fuck? He's literally like writing paragraphs and doing all this extra shit. And it's like, okay, can't you just debate about this? The fuck? Yeah, it's not hard. I'm offering to debate. You just don't like moderators because you're psychotic. You're just making excuses. Literally. Just debate. Literally. You did this the last time before too. Just debate and be a man for once in your life. It's that simple. Be a man for once in your fucking life. No, it's Samir. He's not that stupid. I can't just... Yeah, at least get in my VC and debate about the conditions of debate. Stop being a keyboard warrior. Why don't you defend yourself to the masses? You know? Defend yourself to the masses. It's because I'm not at 1K viewers anymore. When I was at 1K, he would get in willingly, right? Now, you know, I'm at what, 600? I don't know. He's gonna fucking, you know, he's like, I don't know if this is economical. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't know if this is worth to me. Honestly, isn't. Pogan, if you get in, our views will climb. My views will climb to like 200, like 800. Don't worry. The views aren't a problem, Pogan. Why is he such a pussy? I don't get it. Damn. Hogan is genuinely humiliated. I kind of want a PS5 just to look at it, and I'll just watch Netflix on it. But I just want the controller and the console. I love how it looks. Fuck, I forgot about that. Fucking, you guys, did you know that my entire aesthetic was PS5 based? Fuck. Stop whining about this pussy and tell me why Putin hasn't taken Ukraine yet. Okay, first of all, sit your ass down and chill, okay? Chill. I'll actually tell you that. I'll tell you that. So, in order to understand what's going on, you're gonna have to put your fucking thinking cap on a little bit, and I'll explain it to you. But you gotta put your thinking cap on a little bit because it's not gonna be an easy answer, okay? You're not the arbiter of anything, Haas. You had an opportunity to genuinely debate me on issues you proposed. Okay. So, you're scared. Sad. I guess my famous song about you was On the Nose. But we all already
See
knew
slow
that
and steady
anyway.
wins the race.
And then, what's the song? Let me find the song. On YouTube. Fuck, I don't have the song. Okay, well, someone else can post it, whatever. Alright, everyone just like this tweet. Just like this tweet. Get it to like 20. I don't know. So you want to know why Putin hasn't taken Ukraine yet? All right. Well, I'm going to explain it to you this way, okay? Very, very simply. So, it's about the changing nature of war, okay? And I was talking to showrunners about this a little bit. It's about the changing nature of war, okay? So, in a pre-modern war, that's the daily grind. That's just, a war is not this event that is like an apocalypse. It's the daily grind. So when you invade a country, you're just sending your horses and cavalry there, and they're just kind of like, and it could last like decades, right? It's just conflict. That was like during the medieval times. That was during ancient times. That was the nature of war. Like when the Persians and the Romans were fighting each other, it was like that. It was not this kind of thing where it was like you invaded their territory, so now you're going to keep fighting until you destroy the other. So there's a concept that comes from modernity in the modern age, right? Which I call it mutually assured. Sorry, I call it the zero-sum game approach to war, where you have two powers, right? They clash, and it can only end with the complete annihilation of the other power, and the complete victory of the other power, and then only there can be peace, right? Now you may think that was true in the ancient world, but it wasn't. So in the ancient world, all these stunning victories, like in Carthage, or with the Gauls, with Caesar, and the Germanics, and whatever, that was the culmination of conflict that had been going on for decades and decades and decades, maybe even centuries, right? That was like the final climax of the confrontation, which there was maybe one or a few battles which finally ended everything, right? So in that case, is anyone fucking listening? No one's listening, right? No one's listening. Nobody's listening. Alright. Alright, yeah, he's just a pussy. He's just scared. There's literally nothing more to it. He's just fucking scared. There's nothing else to say. Just scared. Literally just scared. Okay, ready? Oh, this song. Hogan is a pussy. This... That song. Hogan is a pussy. Hogan is a pussy. Hogan is a... Oh my god, those were the YouTube days. That was... Samira wants to get... Is that true? Does Samira want to get on? Where? What I was saying is that, alright, back to the Russia-Ukraine stuff. Holy fuck, okay? Back to what I was saying. So, let's just put this to cover it. Okay, so, you have total war, right? And war is the state of exception, not the general rule. War is the state of exception. That's in modern times, okay? And when it comes to Russia's special military operation in Ukraine, they crossed that border into Ukraine. They crossed the line, violating Ukraine's territorial sovereignty. So we are sitting here in the West, and maybe other places in the world, and we're going, holy shit, this is total war. They violated their sovereignty. Now it's a fight to the death. And we have all of this. You've been ignoring Samira. Bro, shut the fuck up. Me and Samira talk offline for like... You don't know what you're talking about. Alright? Anyway, we immediately had an anxiety. Even I did, because we have monkey brain. You know what monkey brain is? Monkey brain is like, when all of the monkeys are, and then all the other monkeys are, and then we all just get caught up and we get hyped up and we just kind of, we get hyped, right? And then as human beings, we kind of all have that, right? As a group, mob mentality type of thing, whatever, right? And so I'll admit, even I got caught up in that, right? Even I got caught up in that, right? So, the thing is, when it comes to Russia's special military operation, they crossed that boundary, and now the only thing we're thinking of is like, oh, what's gonna happen now? When are they taking Kiev? What's going on? What's it? We have this like anxiety, right? We have this anxious. And that comes from neuroticism. That comes from neuroticism. It's this anxiety that Russia did something, it has to quickly patch up, and because this is like, whatever. But this is not a fight to the death. The special military operation is also not an occupation, right? So in an occupation, right, what you have is that troops go to a country and they just take it over. They occupy it. And they make themselves comfortable. They make themselves at home, and they live there, right? They live there. They make it a way of life, right? That's an occupation. Okay. And in an occupation, just stop pinging me. Holy fuck, stop pinging me with dumb shit. In an occupation, that's what's going on. So what Russia's doing in Ukraine kind of resembles an occupation, just in the sense that they are not speeding and they're not kind of like in a rush with like, we are in enemy territory, we need to it's like they don't have this anxiety, right? They're kind of just they're kind of almost getting settled a little bit, kind of loitering around and lounging around, right, with their tanks, and they're kind of just chilling. There's not really this sense of urgency, right? And from our perspective, we're just kind of scratching our heads and we're a little confused because we don't understand that. We don't understand why there isn't this sense of urgency, despite the fact that they crossed the boundary of that territorial violation. So let me give you the Russian perspective about why this is taking so fucking long, why this appears to be dragging on for so long, and why apparently people are saying, oh, they look really bad right now, right? It's pretty simple, okay? So the first thing, Russia does not consider Ukraine to be alien territory. Russians ultimately see Ukraine as part of Russia's big space, which is its general geopolitical sphere of influence. And they were part of the Soviet together for 70, not only 70 years, I mean, centuries and centuries, they were part of the same big space. So when Russians went into Ukraine, they don't look at this in terms of like, oh, we just did an oopsie, we have to clean this up fast. It's more kind of like, this is the beginning of the new era of the Russian world. And we're going to take our sweet time because we don't, you have to understand, Russians are not neurotic about the war. They don't care what the Western perspective is. They don't care. We are kind of chimping out here in the West, and we're freaking out, and we're screaming, or whatever, and Russians aren't even listening to us. They don't care. They literally don't care. They're just proceeding as they are, and it's not being carried out with any great deal of urgency, anxiety, or ferociousness even, right? They're kind of just chilling, and the conflict is proceeding in a very smooth way. And by smooth, I mean like, can I put it this way, guys? It almost kind of seems like they're being lazy in Ukraine, right? But even when you're lazy, you're still doing something, and things are still happening, right? Even if it's not the end of the world, it's still happening, right? So in this sense, Russia's special military operation deserves its own new military concepts because it resembles the way wars happened in pre-modern times, before the age of total war, where this kind of incursion is not this kind of, it's not the end of the world, is what I'm trying to say. We in the West experience it as the end of the world because it's the end of the Western hegemony, world order, right? Russians don't see this as the end of the world. They don't see it as the end of everything. What they see this as is the beginning. Okay? They're not being lazy. I'm trying to tell you that they're not as in a rush. They're not in a rush in Ukraine. And this is the new term I want to coin. Russia is engaging in a nomadic occupation. Nomadic occupation. So, in a traditional occupation, you are occupying a country's sovereign territory. And you're making a claim to it, right? In a nomadic occupation, it's kind of more like loitering, right? Where you're disrespecting that country's claim to sovereignty, but you're not negating it entirely. You're just disrespecting it. You know, like let's say that's really what it is. They are occupying parts of Ukraine, but not with the sense of permanence that comes with an occupation, right? It's kind of like a form of nomadicism, whatever, right? Where they're in Ukraine, they're taking control of certain parts of Ukraine and then leaving them behind in the same breath. And but they are neither making a full claim to occupation, nor are they there to do some dramatic blitzkrieg of like instantly destroying the Ukrainian government. So, yeah, Jennifer kind of has it right. Russia's taking the natural birth, whereas the U.S. is used to C-sections. That's exactly it. You know.
Putin walk.
Thank you, Pepe. So it's not a total war that they're fighting. It's the reason Putin called it a special military operation is probably because it is special. It's a special type of military operation. It doesn't really have a lot of precedent in modern history, you know? It's more a type of operation that warrants its own new terms and concepts in its own right. What Russia is proving in Ukraine is basically this, that you can have a military engagement with a country without all of the modern consequences that come with total war. It's almost like Russia's kind of saying like, yeah, we're in Ukraine, get over it, we're doing our business. Get over it. The business is being done. It's not the end of the fucking world. Yeah, we get it. We did a big no-no. Get over it. It is not the end of the world. I think that's kind of the Russian perspective here, you know? Russia is not... So all this projection that's going on in the West, like, oh, Putin's a madman. He's like the next Hitler. No, the Russians are not as anxious as you are sitting in the West. You're more anxious than they are. They are experiencing this as the beginning of a new era. For you, it's the end of an era, right? Wouldn't it be called a coup? No. No. Like, I think people need to understand that, you know, in parts of Ukraine, like in Kiev, you know, people are still ordering Big Macs at the McDonald's. The McDonald's didn't close down in Kiev. Life is still going on. It's not a total war. I hope you guys know that, right? Like, I hope you understand that you need to have a new approach to your understanding of geopolitics and war. right? Is the Pogan debate off? Yeah, he ran away like a bitch. He ran away. He pussied out. Pussied out. And the reason he pussied out is because he's genuinely scared. He's scared to have a debate about this. By the way, guys, I want to tell you something funny. I didn't forget this because taxes are coming up, and this is going to be part of my non-taxable income, right? But, put it this way. Hans of Hanekir told me he will give me $500, and all I have to do is film me benching 1 rep on a flat bench, 1 rep of 235 pounds. And that's all I have to do to get $500. Can you believe that? $500 for that. But I need to go to a gym with a bench. Because the gym I go to doesn't have one. It's a Smith. Yeah, I'm sure it's 235. He's not going to pay you. No, I have the tweet. He's going to pay me. I'm saved. It's like a bank. It's like a piggy bank. It's like I'm saving it. Whenever I need 500, I'm just going to send the video. I don't know why he's just willing to give me 500. Should I just ask him to give me a PS5? Because I kind of want a PS5. It's the same price, you know? And I don't want the digital edition that's 400. I want the fucking disc one that's 500. Not because I use discs. I don't. I just like how it looks. I literally just like how it looks. I don't like how it looks, the digital one. You know, the PS5 makes me so sad. It's such a beautiful, sexy console, and it's the basis of my entire aesthetic vision. There's a PS5 Pro. Bro, PS5s are still out of stock. What are you talking about? Fucking PS5s are literally still out of stock. The Xbox Series X is the ugliest, most disgusting thing ever. It's literally the ugliest fucking thing in the world. Anyway, pro-Russia protesters rallied in Germany Sunday with a significant Russian-speaking population demanding an end to the discrimination it says is face of the war. So there's this new woke discrimination where they're kind of penalizing Russians for being Russian. And this is supposedly Western democracy and freedom at work. And it's the woke, you know, you guys know how people are like, oh, those backward Trump supporters are always bigoted. You know, it's crazy because in Germany, you know, it's these Starbucks hipster liberals who are going to be like racist and discriminatory toward Russians. They're going to be like, oh, are you Russian? Shame on you. You're Russian. Go back to Putin. Go back to Siberia. Go back to your gulags. And it's like, the scary thing is like, that doesn't come from a place of ignorance. It comes from a place of education. They're literally racist after being educated, which is the most fucked up thing ever, if you ask me, right? If you're racist out of ignorance, I think that's forgivable, right? Because you just don't know. But if you actually know and you're still a fucking, whatever, you treat other human beings that way on a personal level, I mean, it's pretty fucked up. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot about the chemical weapons allegations, and this is where I'm in a kind of tough spot because I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say exactly. But I just want to tell you guys that for months, and there's proof of this, the Russians have been saying that there's going to be a chemical weapons explosion or attack, and they're going to be falsely blamed for it. And the most recent one of these statements came from April 6th, from the Russian Ministry of Defense. So on April 6th, the Russian Ministry of Defense said this. They said, Ukraine's special services are preparing a serious provocation using poisonous substances in the Kharkiv region. Security Service of Ukraine has mined a storage facility containing 120 tons of chlorine on the territory of this association. This storage facility is planned to be blown up in order to accuse Russia of allegedly causing a chemical disaster, which caused the death of local residents. And then recently... Oh, sorry. I got it wrong. So, on the left, this was from today. No, wait. This one was from today. This one was from April 6th. So on April 6th, this is what they said. They said, official Kiev, supported by several countries in the collective West, continues to prepare monstrous and ruthless actions with massacres of civilians to further incriminate the Russian armed forces. And what they said is that in these places, neo-Nazis have mined the chlorine tanks at the water supply plant, which they plan to blow up when the LPR militia formations approach the town. Yeah, apparently Azov has been trying to blow up chlorine and nitric acid factories to make chemical clouds to hurt surrounding populations. That's an allegation. I haven't substantiated it, but that is what people are saying. Okay? I've been hearing the Russians say that they're worried or that they have intelligence that Ukrainian militants are going to stage chemical weapons attacks, but not just stage them, but actually kill people and massacre people and blame it on Russia for months now, right? I mean, they've been saying this since what was the first instance where they said this, right? They've been saying it for a while now, right? We also have this. We're going to keep investigating the chemical attack. But, you guys remember the Tochka missile thing where the serial number turned out to be made from Ukraine and they blamed Russia for a missile attack on a train station, and it turned out to be a Tochka missile, which the Russians don't even fucking use anymore. Sorry, they don't use at all in any capacity, and it's only used by the Ukrainians. And that it wouldn't even make sense for Russia to have attacked that train station because it was a pro-Russian town. And that they initially claimed it was an Iskander missile, but a close-up shows it was a Tochka with the serial number showing it was actually part of Ukraine's military inventory. It's funny how no one's talking about it anymore. Nobody's talking about the Tochka missile thing anymore. They've moved on to the next story because it got fucking debunked. So now they're trying to accuse Russia of some shit about a chemical weapons attack. Another week, another horrific atrocity committed by Russia. And we forget about all the old ones because, I mean, we're having trouble substantiating those ones, apparently. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says he sees no reasons not to continue negotiations with Ukraine, adding that there will be no pause in military operation before the next round of talks. I don't know what their strategy is, and I don't know what their angle is, right? But it's just very strange. And, you know, we on the news, we're saying Ukraine said this. Why do we begin from the a priori assumption that the Ukrainian government isn't biased and that it's fully reliable when they're known to have lied? Why is that? They're known to have lied. So why does everyone assume that they're just completely unbiased? Los Angeles Mike, hi. Are you some guy I met in Los Angeles and said I was like a giant famous streamer with 50,000 viewers or something? Because here's the truth, I'm not. You know, here it is. But I don't know why I would have told you that, because unless you're, you know, I don't know. Anyway, the fuck is this? Oh, there's so much fake news coming out of this Shanghai thing. I can't wait to cover it. We have so much. But let's continue on with this. Where did you get the information that Russia doesn't use Tochka 2? There's plenty of videos showing Tochka being transported in Belarus, Russia. Okay, Siroha 93. Siroha 93. Hold on, Siroha 93. You literally just said Belarus/Russia, which are two entirely different countries. Okay? That's a whole ass other country. Yeah, Belarus uses them. Russia doesn't. And the serial number on the Tochka U missile happens to have come from Ukraine's military inventory. But I love how the goalposts shift. First, it's an Iskander missile. Then, when it was proven that it couldn't have been an Iskander missile, they moved the goalposts and said, oh, it's a Tochka missile. And then when they were confronted by the fact that Russia doesn't use Tochka missiles, they said, oh, they took it from Belarus for some fucking reason. Yeah, and the forensic evidence shows it came from Ukrainian territory. Actually, Scott Ritter was on Jackson's stream today. I don't know if Jackson's still streaming. I think we should cover it. Yeah, we should cover it.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're all having a great day. Thank you so much for tuning in here for what is going to be a great conversation. Very excited.
All right, Samira, are you watching? Get in the show queue. Not watching? Oh, she is. Yo, what's up?
Finally, I've been trying for like 30 minutes. You ignored me. You ghosted me. What the fuck is going on?
You didn't ask to come on. I checked.
I asked like 6-7 times.
In the chat?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. I didn't see that once.
When you were talking about Pogan and when he bitched out, I was like, have me on so I can defend myself, at least. And
I did not see that once. All right, what do you... Okay, you're on now.
Oh.
Jeez. Okay, well, anyway, I mean, he spent the entire...
You cut out.
Hold on. Okay, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he spent the entire day tweeting this thread of me, of all my so-called owns or whatever, and he's not gonna get in VC. You know, it's just a little fucked up. It's a bit of a pussy move on his part. I attacked his manhood several times, and he won't come on. I don't understand.
I don't think he cares about that. I think he's just...
Maybe that's another Islamic thing.
You can't take away something someone doesn't have, you know?
Yeah. Also, be very careful when you're talking about chemical attacks.
Oh, I know. I'm, of course, not denying anything.
Yeah.
Because...
It's the first thing that gets flagged for disinformation. I had that experience, one, with Syria, number two, with, you remember Novichok?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, be very careful when you're talking about that.
He also made a big deal of the comment you made about the real husbands or whatever. And you know what's funny is that I got in trouble for pointing that out with Luna Oi. And that's what started the entire fucking... That's what started my whole... That's like my fall from grace from the entire... Well, I mean, I always hated them, but they never knew who I was before then, and then they made me, like, go viral with, like, a total cancellation.
Are you talking about the real vanilla husbands of DC?
Yes.
When I pointed out that everyone has, like, fucking white husbands?
Oh, of course, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Of course.
Right. People of color have every right to make fun of other people of color for...
Not on Twitch.
No. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
Yeah.
We have.
Well, okay. This is how I phrased it. Okay, this is how I phrased it.
Yeah.
These people, like Luna, she's always talking about. And I'm gonna talk shit about Luna Oi for a second. I want to critique her. I mean, it's kind of beating a dead horse because her channel's dead. But I'm gonna say this again. She always talked about how, oh my God, the American flag's the worst thing in the world. Anyone who waves the American flag's a Nazi. She's talking about all this shit. She's saying, and this is because it's coming from my POC and indigenous Vietnamese perspective. And then I said, okay, how many indigenous Vietnamese POC perspectives also are influenced by American husbands?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean,
let's use the word vanilla. Can we use the word vanilla?
I mean, well, she does talk about like the white man this, the white man that, and all I was saying was, if it's such a problem, and that's all I was saying. That's literally all I was saying because I notice a pattern, right? All the people you point, I notice every time people are talking about the white man this, the white man that, I don't know. It just seems a little weird to me, right? But anyway,
seems like a bit of a fetish, right?
Moving on.
In a video game?
Yeah. And moving on. So that's all. Okay. That's all I pointed out, right? That's all I said, because I was just pointing out how she was a fraud, trying to make it seem like this is because she's coming from that Vietnamese perspective, when it's pretty clear to me that she's very much influenced by the views of her anarchist Portland, Caucasian husband, which is nothing wrong with that. But what I'm trying to say is that it's like, you can't just say that's the POC Vietnamese perspective when it's clearly influenced by another perspective that's not indigenous or Vietnamese, right? And then anyway, Then get this, right? Fuck, what the fuck was I gonna say? What did I say before this? Okay, the real. What the fuck was I gonna say again?
The real vanilla husbands of
No,
DC.
no. Another thing about Luna Oi I wanted to say.
Okay.
Um.
Why are all leftists like this?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
especially.
No. This is what I was gonna say. What I find so disgusting about her ideology, her views, is that
Mhm.
she, you know what she says? I was thinking about this in the car. I was like, okay, how do we think about China's reform and opening up? And I wanted to, give it more, well, not give it more thought, but just refresh, my theoretical whatever. I was like, and how to understand, like, this is a new type of socialism, whatever, in the 21st century, whatever, right? And then I was like, it's so disgusting how Luna Oi has this Baizwo narrative. It's like the most horrific thing ever. She's like, oh, and we from Vietnam, we had to adopt a market economy because we were forced. We were forced to adopt a market economy by America. So, yeah, we have a market economy, but we're still victims because of it. It's like, oh, you're victims while you're getting richer and more prosperous and wealthier.
Mm-hmm. And now,
And it's almost like just trying to say like Vietnam's entire existence and unique type of socialism or whatever is just, it's their victim status. They're just an eternal victim. And then I was saying, I was like, that's not really what people in Vietnam say though. That's not like their perspective. That's like a
I was just going
Baizwo.
to ask you that.
Yeah,
Question.
it's not their perspective.
In your situation, if I were in your place, I would have just, gone to someone I know and had them dunk on her instead. Because for some reason,
I didn't think
people,
I didn't think I would get attention because I was like a nobody back then, So I was like, oh, who cares what I say?
When was this?
This was like in September of last year.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting that they all have this sort of admiration for victims. They're not supporting Russia as hard as we are right now.
Yep.
They don't support
exactly
China. I mean, especially China. I mean, I wouldn't expect a Vietnamese communist to support China at all.
Well, she went further. She actually said that she opposes both China and America, and she hopes they both go to war and wipe each other out.
Do you remember when Chen posted that tweet about Vietnam, and then everybody, all of these Baizo MLs, like went after him for it?
Because we know about how they prefer the tropical socialism over the
exactly.
They like Vietnam and Cuba and Latin America. Not Maduro too much. They don't really like Maduro or the Chavismo that much, but they like Evo Morales and they like
the indigenous.
Yeah, they like
the ones that they can claim like some sort of identity with. Like, it's crazy.
They like Vietnam and they like the Nepal, not the Nepal. The Philippines, Maoists.
We're the minority here in the U.S., but outside of the U.S., outside of the West, we're the majority. Our type of communist.
I think they like it's the tropical thing. They like the tropical socialism.
But even the tropical socialists who are living there, they're more like us.
I know. Tropical. To be clear, tropical socialism has nothing to do with Vietnamese people. It has nothing to do with any of those people. It's like a Western Baizwo fantasy of those people. That's what we're talking about. We're not actually talking about those people themselves. Like, I mean, even Vietnam, right? Which is a pro-American country for the most part. You go tell people in Vietnam this, they'll spit in your face,
Yeah. Can I tell you something? Vietnam, Philippines, Japan, Australia, India, these countries are being used by the U.S. to drive a wedge between Russia and China.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know all
My
about
gosh.
that. But,
yeah.
No, I mean, like, the crazy thing is that it's crazy how that's what I got canceled over, and you'd think they would continue to support her, but her channel only gets 2,000 views per video now.
I didn't know who she was until I saw that she blocked me. So.
Oh, she still tweets about us, and she says she says, well, yeah. She said a lot of things about me. She said that when I pointed out her husband, I can't even repeat the words, but she said I was exploiting the trauma of the victims of the Vietnam War that were victims of the sexual assault from U.S. soldiers. And
Such a
I don't know where that
Bozo
came
thing to
from.
say.
I don't know where that came. I mean, that just came out of left field. I was like, I didn't bring up anything remotely close. I didn't even, there's nothing I said had anything to do with the Vietnam War, had nothing to do with U.S. soldiers, had nothing to do with any type of sexual assault. None of those things that she said had anything to do with anything I tweeted. She just like, she goes on these, she went on these, I called her a cry bully. She'd go on massacres, just endlessly attacking me for shit that I'm not guilty of, right?
Yeah.
And then let me tell you this. Let me show you this. I actually wrote about this in the Substack.
I read that
Yeah,
article.
let me just so everyone can see because
Okay, here's one thing that works against you, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is.
yeah.
People just fucking think you're white. You need to fucking do something about that.
No, I like
Everyone,
I prefer that.
No, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's bad for your optics. I understand optics very well, and it's very bad for your optics. You really need to, make
No,
it clear that you're not fucking
No.
Anglo-Saxon.
No, stop, Samira. This is Twitch, and Twitch is very sensitive.
In a video game.
It's very sensitive about that whole thing. Trust me. So, there's nothing wrong with being white, obviously. But okay, let me tell you. The truth is, I don't care if people think I'm white because I don't know. I just feel like it's just kind of funny when you actually find out that I'm not and they feel stupid. I like that, because those are not the people I want to be friends with in the first place. I don't want to appeal to the left. I don't want to appeal to the left in the first place. I just want to. I used to want to cause them pain, but now I just kind of want to grow.
But that causes them pain, knowing that you're not vanilla. That's
no,
the word
because
I'm gonna use
it won't, because then they're gonna resort to the whole like you're a toxic, misogynist Arabic male, right? And the thing is that they only accept Arabic men when they are effeminate.
Soy?
Yes, they won't accept an unapologetic man who's Arabic or Latino or anything like that, right? Because they kind of, well, the way they see it, and I hate to break it down this way, but they kind of see us as their eunuchs. Like, they see us as, like, their, like, friendly eunuchs, and they only respect the masculinity of white men, right? So when it comes to POC males, they see us as like, oh, you should be like my servant, right? And so when they actually see a Arab man or a Muslim man or a Latino man, whatever, they're really bothered by it. Like, that really bothers them, right?
There are studies on this, how it was created by feminists and everything.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into it because I actually have to go through Twitch's terms and service one of these days and figure it out.
I mean,
my best.
And also, there's nothing to be clear, nothing wrong with white people. I have nothing against white people and nothing against, I think every male should be a man, whatever. Nothing wrong with that. But they have specifically made a very specific lifestyle decision where, that's just all they, respect, I guess, in their personal lives, and they're trying to drag the rest, and their decision is not my decision, and I got nothing to do with that. And I respect everyone's decision, but it's not my decision. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's not my decision. I mean,
do you see how I always emphasize and point out my Muslim identity and how it pisses them off and it triggers them? I really think that could work to your advantage.
No, because they don't care. No, they don't care. They'll just be like, "Oh, you're backward." I mean, look, the whole identity politics thing, it doesn't work because they ultimately, you have to be a liberal atheist, right?
Yeah.
Or else.
And if you stray from the liberal line even a little bit, they will go after you like hyenas.
Yeah. But let me just show you guys what Luna Oi had to say, because this is what. So amidst all of this disinformation and propaganda about what was going on, she's a Marxist-Leninist, so-called anti-imperialist who wants to avoid wars and whatever. So this is what she said. She said, people keep asking my opinion about Ukraine. Simply sad, worried, hoping for peace. I don't support any war in Ukraine. I'm not an authority, and I feel it'd be unreasonable. And then she said, no war but class war. And then all I did was point out this. I said, no war but that war. And then I said, what I said was actually pretty embarrassing for her, because I said, Luna, was it a class war or a national war of liberation that the Viet Minh waged against France and later America? Was that a class war? I'm pretty sure that was a national war of liberation. That wasn't a class. What do you mean no war? But that's an anarchist slogan. What do you mean no war but class war? I mean, like, the Vietnam War was not about class. It was about the American imperialists, and it was led by communists who believed in the class struggle. But it's like, that wasn't the primary contradiction. Imperialism was. So it's like,
yes.
Why would you say no war but class war in this case?
I mean, this is
when your whole. And then what I said is that it's like your entire career has been selling your Vietnamese background as a source of legitimation, of an otherwise indistinguishably American leftist opinion. And it's just fucking pathetic, right?
Jeez. I also want to know how it was. I mean, I didn't know who she was, right, until recently. So how
and she called me an American chauvinist. I'm an American chauvinist. But you're fence-sitting when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. But I'm the American chauvinist. It's pretty fucking crazy,
And they're all fucking doing it. They're all fucking doing it. Me, you, and Jackson are going the hardest.
But I thought we're American chauvinists who believe in American imperialist hegemony. Yeah. Why are we supporting the forces that are challenging America's prestige and hegemony in the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like, I was called a token Muslim for joining you guys, How funny is that?
Do they really don't know I'm Muslim? That's hilarious.
I'm telling you, they don't know you're
There's Muslim. 3 of us. It's me, you, and Jackson. And 2 out of 3 of us are Muslim.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're doing that identity politics shit.
Yeah, that's why you can fight identity politics with identity politics.
It's like, if anything, Jackson's the one who's turning his, you know what I mean? Like, they're saying we sold out to the white man or whatever. I mean, if anything, and it's not true, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, why
Jackson's
are they making
the odd one out?
Yeah.
And we have diversity among us Muslims. I'm Sunni, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And exactly. But they don't care. That's too much information. But they don't care, right? They don't care about any of that.
2/3 Asian.
Yeah, I mean, they call us white supremacists. Well, look, this actually is true for the U.S. in general right now, is that there's an increasing tendency for, like, Black and Latino people to speak out with very conservative views and very much views that are against the left. And
they're the biggest opponents of progressivism in this country.
The biggest. Black, Latino, they're all, I mean, many are coming out with very problematic, I mean, you see everyone who's getting canceled these days, I mean, how many are white men these days? I mean, Dave Chappelle, I mean, who else? I mean, it's like, today, it doesn't really seem like, it kind of seems like the progressive woke thing is kind of a white supremacist thing now,
yeah, it is, because progressive left, it's the most
do they
vanilla action in the country.
Do they have a way of explaining why record numbers of minorities voted for Trump in the last election? Do they have a way of explaining that?
They gave in to white supremacy. because they can, they're stupid. And,
Oh,
they can just be
let me get this
convinced
straight.
to-
So the people who voted for Trump gave in to white supremacy, but
Yes,
the academics who are working as salaried professionals for white supremacy dominated institutions and who are getting money from the Soros Foundation and who are with progressive leftists in the DSA and who are working for these news mainstream media companies that are completely dominated by the so-called white man, white supremacy, whatever.
Yeah.
Those people are just completely authentic POC.
Well, because they're our saviors, and they're our white saviors. They are the only people that have the right to speak for us, and they're doing it for the good of minorities. Therefore, they're the good guys, and they're led by the good billionaire, only good billionaire, George Soros. Elon Musk bad.
it's
Bezos
like
bad.
it's crazy to I don't know. I think they've stopped hiding behind minorities recently. I think they've kind of given up on that. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I've
Yeah, I
noticed
have.
that they're not really leaning in on the race card that much these days. They're focusing more on well, they're still leveraging sometimes the indigenous stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's more now sexuality based, right? And it's
Yeah, for sure. After the 2020 election specifically, and January 6th, because
And
in
I actually
the
think they're
2020
starting. Aren't
election,
they starting to say things like I've heard them try to say shit like, "Oh, POC are very problematic with their views, and they're not as enlightened." Like they haven't said it directly, but they're starting to kind of like almost openly say shit like that. Like,
openly,
yeah,
they say it openly.
yeah, they're not as enlightened and educated as us. That's okay. Like, and they're starting to kind of become. My prediction, they're morphing into the Azov. They're morphing into
Exactly.
Azov. That's my view.
Exactly.
The American
Here's
left.
what they say about me. They say that I have a backwards Islamic perspective.
Oh,
on
yeah. Look,
social
it's
issues.
any day now that they're going to start calling us orcs, just like they call Russians orcs.
Oh,
Any
yeah.
day, yeah, it's any day now American leftists, they're going to, I mean, they already call me that. They already call me
Mm-hmm.
a caveman, and they call me a fucking ape, and they call me this, they call me that. I mean, and these are leftists, right? So where does that come from?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
well, there's one root, and we know what it is.
yeah.
So,
But, yeah, I
interesting,
mean,
right?
yeah, I mean, I noticed that the whole race card thing, I want to completely leave it behind because another reason I want to leave it behind too is because I don't think I've ever had a Muslim ally that comes close to Jackson or like a POC ally, whatever,
Wow. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
No,
Wow.
I'm okay. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, I've never had a POC friend, like ally, anything like that comes close to Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Like before
Okay.
we like became a group or whatever. Like, so I don't do that race card shit because I know now it's just the biggest fucking excuse ever. It's literally just an excuse. I had, these Middle Eastern leftists, a lot of Arab leftists, they go on every day. They attack me. They fucking whatever. Meanwhile, you have people like Jackson who are actually, it's like I don't do that race card shit anymore. I don't do that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay, so here's how I look at it. When you're attacked, I look at it as, we're all attacked. And that's why I go out of my
Yeah.
way to defend you.
Yeah.
I have that tribal mentality that's very typical of, it's a very Asian thing.
Yeah.
But that's how I treat it.
Yeah, same. I mean, like, we're really behind schedule about our podcast and shit. Oh yeah, I told Jackson this. All three of us need to schedule a call soon to work out all the details.
I've been trying to do that for weeks.
And commit to a date. Commit to a date where we're gonna.
I said Wednesday nights we should have a 1 hour phone call.
Yeah.
And then Thursdays we should do our podcast.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about it, but it's just like it's so hard to get the three of us together. I always talk to Jackson during the day, and I always talk to you in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So what I was
let's
saying.
let's let's do it this Thursday. We got
No,
next
we need
Thursday.
no, because we're gonna formalize it. It's gonna be super professional and shit.
All right, fine. Next Thursday, let's.
Yeah, it'll be next.
Because
It
if
has
we
to be next
announce
Thursday
it,
because we're gonna promote it and
if
shit
we
as well.
announce it, then okay.
But yeah, the thing is that there's a huge political realignment happening, and it's so crazy how I don't know. So Marxist Leninists, whatever, it's like the new trend, you know?
Oh yeah. All of these former like DSA people, or they're still in the DSA, they're identifying as Marxist Leninists, and they're taking away the term from us, from like the real Marxist Leninists, on purpose, because we're the real ones.
But also the ones who call themselves Maoists who are like psychotic.
Oh yeah,
Like, did you see how they bullied that teenager into suicide the other day?
disgusting,
Yeah.
disgusting. And that's another point that I wanted to bring up. My tweet where I said I quit, that could been.
Yeah, people thought that, yeah, oh my god, they took so much sadistic, like, they jumped on it. Like pigs at a fucking,
That's
they,
why. So I might not have been talking about my career or something else. Like it could have been something more serious. They jumped on it. They celebrated it. Vosh celebrated it. It
oh
was
yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah,
It was sick.
that's just how these people are. Like, me and you are normal people. Me, you, Jackson, we're normal people, right? So
Yeah.
when someone has a political disagreement with us, will we will still have an underlying sense of humanity. You know? We'll still be able to be like, okay,
They don't.
that
They
doesn't mean
get
you're not a
so
human being
triggered.
anymore. But yeah, for them, just because we have the views we do means it's like it's open season. Just they can kill us,
Yeah.
our families, we can die, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen memes posted on Twitter, very problematic memes advocating for, let's just say, not so healthy punishment for people who have different views. Yeah, like the worst punishment that you could think of. Exactly what you are
Yeah,
alluding to. Um,
yeah. I mean,
and
a
they're
lot of it
posting
is
this on Twitter.
kids. A lot of these are kids that are groomed and brainwashed
Yeah,
by pedos. I don't know what else to call them.
yeah. But I mean, it's like they don't have control over their emotions. Look at me, you, Jackson. People with different views, it doesn't trigger us because we have that control, but they're so emotionally triggered. Like, how dare you disagree with me? How dare you have a different worldview? It bothers the fuck out of them. It shatters their brains.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't.
because there's no dividing. I mean, look, liberals used to say shit like, "Oh, Haas, I'm with you on this." Like, yeah, leftists are so crazy. But then when the Russia Ukraine shit happened, they became just like leftists,
Mhm.
where it was like, "Oh, you have a different view about this conflict, and you're the worst piece of shit in the world. You should literally die, whatever." So it's like a lot of people get this wrong and they get it backwards. They think, okay, the people calling themselves Marxist Leninists are bad, but at least they're not liberals. It's actually the opposite. Liberals are literally better
Mm.
than the self proclaimed Marxist Leninists in the West. And they're also better than progressives. But the problem with liberals is that they're progressives to the core and, they're leftists to the core.
Okay, so what do you think about the division between Manchin and Senate
A what?
Democratic Party? I feel like that's the liberal progressive
You
distinction.
totally cut out.
Okay, what do you think about the division between the Manchins and the Sinemas versus the rest of the Democratic Party? I feel like that's a good example of the liberal versus progressive
Yeah,
distinction.
yeah, that is. That is. But yeah, but they're a minority.
Well, and progressives are spending millions to get him out, Manchin specifically.
Yeah.
and I don't think we're gonna have them anymore.
No, yeah, I
Party is
think
gonna be-
that's like a relic of the past if there ever was one.
Yeah, it's gonna be filled with the, I think you described it as killer clowns.
Yeah, that's exactly what they
That's-
are.
Yeah, like, I
You're completely cutting off.
don't know what the fuck is going on. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
The-
Oh my god.
Like that, those types, right?
No, you're
The
cutting out
entire
again.
squad.
You cut out.
Hold on, let me try this again. Let me call you back.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. What were we saying? These liberals and progressives?
I have no idea because you cut out the whole time.
Oh, okay. So I was saying that these progressives, these squad members, they remind me of like Harley Quinn. The killer clowns and everything. These DC characters that are absolutely batshit crazy, think they can do anything.
I think that makes them seem too much cooler than they actually are.
Okay, cooler. Yeah, true, but I think sadistic. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I would look at it generally is like it's more like what would I compare them to? They're killer.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't use DC references with you because
you shouldn't. Yeah, it makes them look way more like cool and stylish than they actually are. They're more like the killer clowns from outer space.
Uh-huh.
Like that type of killer, like actual like scary fucking like the scary kind, the terrifying kind.
Have I diverted your stream a bit?
No.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
I like coming on. It's fun. I think your chat likes us too, and your audience likes us. So it's a lot of fun when we get together and talk shit.
Yeah.
So I sent you a voice message yesterday with some criticism. How did you respond to it? Like, what do you think?
I don't remember.
It was about South Asia, and it was about I wanted to present you a different side of the argument regarding Macron and Le Pen.
Go ahead.
So with Le Pen, her main shtick is that she wants to peel Russia away from China. That's why she wants good relations with Russia. The problem with that is the second a single European country gives like somewhat of an olive branch to Russia, that emboldens the westernizers and the liberals in Russia. And I think it's not going to thwart the Sino-Russian alliance, but it will, it's not going to be as quick.
But the opposite happened when Trump was elected,
Trump is different from Le Pen because Le Pen is European. It's European alienation that's accelerating the global transition to multipolarity.
Yeah, I do get what you're saying. No, I do understand that dynamic. It's just that I don't know if Le Pen would empower liberals in Russia, just because of who she is. I think it's
no, it's not her. It's no, that's not what I said. You don't listen to me. I feel like maybe female voices, it goes in one ear, out the other. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. No, it's specifically from a European country. If they see a single European country as large as as France.
I know, but if France would be defying the US to such an extent that it would turn France illiberal.
That's fucking bullshit.
Hey, why is it bullshit?
It's not going to turn. It's not.
Hungary is a good example of this.
No, that's not. It's not France. France is what, like the third or fourth largest.
No, I get what you're saying, but it's just a paradox that's not possible. In order for the
my priority is not pissing off the West. My priority is one, strengthening the Sino-Russian alliance and accelerating the transition to multipolarity.
No, I get that. But I think regardless of what happens with the Sino-Russian alliance, this is just true for Russia historically, okay? A Euro-Russian integration is inevitable. It is inevitable that Russia is going to integrate more with Germany and France in the long term. It's just inevitable. What Russia needs to do is it needs China's help to sustain itself until then. But for regional reasons, for historical reasons, for cultural reasons, I mean, Russia has always wanted to aspire to be the master of Europe. Always.
Okay. So wouldn't they be dropping their Eurasian identity?
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying right now is that Russia is a contradiction.
Uh-huh.
It's both East and West. It's not an Asian country. It's also a European country.
Eurasian.
Yeah, I know, but that's just it. So Russia's fate is tied with Europe's fate.
Okay.
In the long term. It's a contradiction, you know? It's not like China, which is just, Asian.
I think you're an idealist when it comes to Russia.
No, I think you are. I think you think Russia is going to be like a fully Asian
No.
superpower, but
I just understand the internal dynamics of Russia, and I know.
No, I get it. And here's why. I'll show you why I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Okay.
Because Russia's always teetering on the edge of whether to pursue the path of liberalization after the fall of the Soviet Union or go down the path of Putin. And the problem is that the illiberal path is ill-defined, whereas the liberal path is already defined by Europe right now, the EU, right? So I get it. It's very easy for the liberals in Russia to be empowered by small changes in the favor of the Europe-Russia integration, because they already, the burden is on the illiberal side to prove themselves all the time.
Okay.
So, but the reason...
And who outnumbers who?
The liberals right now. But here's the thing. Right now, in the Russian establishment, in the Russian,
they're the ones who make the decisions.
I know, but here's the thing. The Z campaign in Ukraine is going to, I predict, upset all of that.
Okay.
So it's going to be a kind of soft re-Stalinization of Russia, where the Russian periphery is going to have more power. They're going to rise the ranks. They're going to become the new establishment. And these liberals are just going to be squashed out, I think.
Why didn't that happen after Crimea?
Because that set in motion the process that is now culminated in this. Crimea actually started that process. You remember, you're the one who told me about this, right? Or you always used to bring it up. Before Crimea, they had Medvedev, and they were going in a completely opposite direction. So Crimea is actually what has initiated what is, I think, is culminated into the Z campaign.
Yeah, true. I think that Georgia in 2008 also played a factor. But then, you know what happened? What happened in 2008? Medvedev took power, and then they were basically liberal until 2012.
Yeah,
right?
Well, what happened was that they were trying to say, okay, this was just an aberration, this was an exception, and we learned from the mistake, and going forward, we're not going to have that problem anymore, right?
Yeah.
The issue, I think, why Ukraine's a deal breaker is because it shows that even when Russia pursued that liberal path, Ukraine was the aggressor. They are the ones who upset the status quo in an anti-Russian. So the aggression was coming from the West. I think that was just irreversible, right? And then the Syria conflict was also an example of that.
Right.
I think Russia's crossed the Rubicon away from the current form of Europe, but Europe in the future, I think, it's not over, right? Europe right now is controlled by the American State Department.
Mm-hmm.
And, we do have to entertain the fact that could there be a foreseeable contradiction between the world of Lisbon to Vladivostok with the Chinese world? I mean, it's possible, right? That
It's
actually,
absolutely possible.
because, but I think we can't rush. Don't rush and impose that outcome yet. Because while it's very possible, it's not inevitable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know during the Sino-Soviet split, that's basically what happened, right? The
Exactly.
Soviet Union was seen as the bulwark of Europe and the European world against Mao's China, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all of the
Right.
Western communist parties were totally assimilated in the social democratic establishment of their
Mm-hmm.
countries. And they all saw Russia, the Soviet Union, as like the bulwark of this, right?
Yeah.
This new arrangement. So we all know that context from the Sino-Soviet split, but on the other hand, that was also in the context of the de-Stalinization. And a re-Stalinization of Russia is very... I think Stalin set in motion a process of
Yeah.
Russia's return to Muscovy, right? And the whole Peter
Right.
the Great thing, and like that, I don't think that's going to be a permanent feature of Russian civilization. But I do think it's going to transform Europe.
Now, here's another thing. Putin is not immortal. Okay? There will have to be a successor. Who do you think would be the most capable successor of Putin?
All things considered, I think Shoigu.
Okay. Why is that?
Here's why. Because
Lavrov is too old. Sorry.
yeah. Lavrov's too old. Kadyrov is Muslim. And it's not going to happen with a Muslim leader of the, it's just not going to happen.
Now, if you compare the public opinion surveys in Russia versus the US, whether or not they would elect a Muslim president or leader, I think that's worth checking out. I don't remember the exact percentages. But look, I get that Stalin was Christian, but at the end of the day, he was Georgian. And
No, I don't think Russians
on.
have an issue with the ethnicity thing, but I think the religion thing would be different.
Right, but what if Kadyrov comes out as a hero in this, Ukraine war that you say is a huge moment in Russian history, that it's going to be a turning point. And then Vladimir Putin basically endorses him. Did you see Peskov's comments recently? It was like about a month ago where he said Kadyrov might run for president.
I didn't see that, but don't be wrong. I would love for Kadyrov to be the president.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for him to be the leader of Russia. I don't know if Russia's ready for that.
I mean, there could be as prime minister and then Kadyrov as president, maybe.
Or something. Has more power? Like the opposite.
Yeah, let's like the opposite.
I think that's more realistic. I think him as a... Well, to me, I think a communist leader with Kadyrov as the number 2 would be the most... Because, a communist leadership might cause issues with the Chechens because of historical reasons. But if they share power, like Kadyrov will represent all of the minorities whose identity has been defined by anti-communism in part. He'll represent them, right? So there'll be a balance, and I don't think it'll be, I think it'll be a nice combination. So an Orthodox Christian communist with Kadyrov as number 2, I think would be that's ideal. I don't know what's realistic though.
Also, we should consider, do you think that popular support for United Russia will go up, obviously, and that will result in the Communist Party, support for the Communist Party going down?
Yeah, I think that's an inevitable outcome. It's kind of already happening.
All right.
But on the other hand, United Russia is a very divided party.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
United
we've
Russia's Putin. So
yeah,
whatever
yeah.
faction Putin represents in the United Russia will take the lion's share. But
We don't
I
know
don't
that yet.
I don't know if they can still coexist with that liberal faction.
Hmm. Well, I mean, it's very hard because we don't know exactly what's going on in Russia right now. We don't know how the war is going. Um, we only know what Kadyrov is telling us. Otherwise, we're getting reports from like ABC, CNN, and MSNBC.
Um, Kadyrov said that he has plans that he was given for an invasion of Kiev
Okay, but then
recently.
during the whole negotiation process in Turkey,
No, that was
after
recent.
that,
That was like
they
the other day.
okay, but they pulled away. They pulled back, right, to focus on the eastern parts, right?
It
And
seems
then
like Russia's very mobile and nomadic, so I mean they can pull back, but they can also come back. But Kadyrov
okay,
apparently received the plans for taking Kiev.
huh. Interesting. And that is consistent with reports that Vladimir Putin informed Kadyrov before anyone else of this entire intervention, like in February. He was the first person who knew about it.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Um, but apparently, Kadyrov also volunteered to go into Ukraine. He said that your people are going to be too slow. And
Yeah.
we'll take Kiev in like 24 hours. But of course, you know, that's risky. I mean, could have easily, because, you know, abilities.
You're kind
But
of cutting out a little bit again.
that's very, very weird that this is happening to me after what happened to Jackson the other day.
Yeah, that was way weirder though.
All right. So, um, it's bad optics though, because Russian info warfare is very weak. And
But I don't think they care about optics or info warfare. I think they're done with this idea of one globe of information. I think they're like, you know what? Let them in the West think whatever the fuck they want. We don't
but
give a
it's not
shit.
just the West, you know, Western media controls discourse all over the world. There is
I
no
don't know. I mean, like
alternative.
it seems to me like the rest of the world is kind of with Russia on this.
With Russia, I mean the governments. But
No,
if
the
you,
people.
well,
From what I've
maybe in
seen,
China, maybe in China.
also India.
Yeah, well, that's because Russia is a historical ally of India. They're going to side with Russia no matter what. And they have
Also the
this
Middle East.
fantasy. Yeah, okay. In India, they have this fantasy that Russia will come to their defense against China. Like that drives most of their support for Russia.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, most, you know, Latin America, Middle East, Africa. You know, you ask these people on the,
Africa, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
probably
they're
right.
very much pro Russia here. They're like, yeah, fuck the colonial West, and you know,
Yeah. So, I mean, the second thing I wanted to discuss with you, I tuned into your stream yesterday, I think the last hour and a half, 2 hours, and you were talking about Pakistan. So, I just want to make it clear that right now, India and Pakistan are in a state of relative peace. That was brokered by the West as a measure against China. It's been that way for decades. I called out a few people on Twitter over this.
how would a
But I think
war
that's very
though?
important
But why does that benefit China?
because no, not as a measure against China.
You know, I mean,
The
how does a war between India and Pakistan benefit China?
It doesn't benefit China. A war doesn't benefit China, but India and Pakistan. Pakistan is obviously the weaker state in this situation. So the U.S. dream, ever since as early as JFK, has been relative peace between India and Pakistan because India's greatest fear is a two-front war. This was the case in 1962 when they warred with China. This was the case in 1965 when they had a war with Pakistan. So, in order to remove that threat of a two-front war, the U.S. has always pursued peace between India and Pakistan. That's
No, I
what's
get
in
that,
their
but wouldn't a war be nuclear with China?
No, I'm not saying relative peace between India and Pakistan. I'm not saying, the only alternative is nuclear war. I'm just saying that that's the goal. Like, I'm not saying nuclear war is favorable for China.
No, I'm saying like,
Right?
how could it be two front when it would just be a nuclear war?
It's not, because China and India just fought like a year ago, and then India and Pakistan fought like 2 years ago. I mean, these are all nuclear countries. Kashmir, this needs to be noted. Kashmir is not a disputed territory between two nuclear powers. It is a disputed territory between three nuclear powers. China holds 20% of Kashmir. That's why China supports Pakistan on this, because India, in 2020, they decided to unilaterally declare Aksai Chin, which literally has China in its name, part of India. And that's the only reason that Kashmir is relevant, not because of India versus Pakistan disputes. It's because of the China factor. That's why the U.S. supports India on Kashmir, because it undermines Chinese influence in South Asia.
So why doesn't China and Pakistan take their respective Kashmir?
Mao suggested it. Mao wanted to do it.
Why didn't he do it?
I don't know, because so in 1962, Pakistan and China were on the same page, and they actually fought in Kashmir, in the Chinese part, because Nehru actually told his troops, it was called his forward policy, to go in and take the areas that China had controlled. And what China did, they basically destroyed the Indian army. And then at that point, India was supported by the Soviet Union, by the US, by the UK, by France, by Israel, and China still kicked their ass. The thing is that at that point in 1962, China-Pakistan relations had not developed to a point where they would, carry out this quote-unquote two-front war. And then after that, certain things happened. There was a lot of Western influence to keep China and Pakistan apart, but they had great relations. Unfortunately, not to the extent of attacking another country or confronting another country before. And it's not just Aksai Chin, which is the Chinese-controlled part of Kashmir, that's disputed. Also, what China refers to as South Tibet, in India, I think it's called Arunachal Pradesh. China does not recognize that as Indian territory. They say it's literally South Tibet.
So China has settled a lot of its territorial disputes
with every single one of its neighbors except India
Why
and
not?
Bhutan. Because India's disagreement with so India's case is theological. They refer to the Rig Veda and all of these things. They say that they cite their religious texts to make their territorial claims.
So India is not willing to cede even an inch to China?
No, not a fucking inch. And that's the biggest problem. I'm going to send you something.
Wasn't Nehru more like secular though?
So no. So here, you're going to love this. I'm going to send it to you. And hopefully you can pull on screen. One sec. But it's interesting, right? A lot of people don't know this stuff, especially the alt media. They were completely silent in 2020 when India and China had the biggest sort of altercation at the border. Hold on. I got it. Check this out, Oz. You're going to love this. Pull it up. You don't even need anything but the first page.
I didn't get anything. Are you sending it on Twitter?
Yeah.
When Zhou Enlai asked Nehru for proof India's territorial claims, These with the Indian government sent over. The secular government of India cited ancient religious texts.
It says historical background of the Himalayan frontier of India. But go ahead.
Oh, okay, wow.
So that's the basis of their territorial claims. And that's how I know that there is never going to be any solution to this, because it's theological. And Nehru said in Parliament that conflict with China would continue for generations.
That he what?
Conflict with China would continue for generations. And that is literally the case until today. Now, with Bhutan in 2017, China and India got into it over a territory called Doklam, which is recognized as China. But Bhutan has an agreement that India forced them to sign, that India would be in control of their foreign affairs. So this is like something, it was literally something between Bhutan and China, but India stepped in. And they had a big dispute over that as well. And this was just in 2017. So we had something in 2017 over Bhutan between China and India. In 2019 between India and Pakistan. In 2020 between India and China, literally. And then in 2020 also, there was a threat of a three-front war for India because India had also unilaterally claimed Nepali territory. So the communist government, which was pro-China, was actually sending their troops to the border to kick the Indian troops out. And then there was an Indo-US regime change operation, which not only got rid of the communist leader from power, they actually split up the Unified Communist Party of Nepal. So that was the first, regime change operation under Biden that was successful in South Asia. So there was Nepal, now there's Pakistan, and now there's an ongoing one in Sri Lanka.
All right, so back to Ukraine.
All right, you know what? I am gonna let you cover this. And
wait. I have to go.
Okay, go ahead.
I have to pee for a second. Can you?
You want me to talk to them?
Yeah, just for a second.
All right, fine.
I'll be right back.
Guys, do you have any questions about South Asia? Nothing? Okay. Tell you guys more. It's funny, Haas had no comments. He had no response, no reaction to anything I had said. I actually have a policy not to argue with Haas on stream publicly. I usually do it off stream because I feel like it's disrespectful, What else? I have obviously been following the Russia-Ukraine stuff, but it's very hard to get factual information because, we're not getting any info from Russian media, and most of the info is coming from the US media and Western media, and I just don't trust them. So I feel like it's better to sort of not talk about this until we actually get the facts. So I got a question. How is Nawaz Sharif's foreign policy significantly better than Imran Khan's foreign policy? I'll be honest. Very pro-China. Imran Khan has taken this sort of independent stance. He pretends to be independent, but for the first 3 years, he was trying to move closer to the West. And if you didn't know this, he promised beforehand that he would never go to the IMF for loans. He said, I would rather, I can't say this on Twitch, but you guys know what I'm going to say. But anyway, when he got into power, he went to the IMF and got loans, and they asked him for details of his Belt and Road agreement with China, and he gave it to them. And CPEC, which is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is the crown jewel of the Belt and Road Initiative, those projects were stalled under Imran Khan. No, I said nothing bad. I'm just talking shit about Imran Khan. Guys, don't freak out. I think that it was done, the coup or whatever, it was done with the tacit backing of the US, I think. But the thing is, the Sharifs, the Bhuttos are way better on China than Imran Khan. That's a fact. You'll probably hear a different narrative in the alt media, but these same alt media figures have never talked about Pakistan's domestic politics in their lives. So fuck them. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're annoying the shit out of me, actually. I don't like any political parties in India. They suck. What else? Russia's position in South Asia is irrelevant. The only place where it's relevant is India, but if you look at history, Russia and China have always had diametrically opposed interests in South Asia. So, okay, here's another thing. In India got S-400s from Russia. They were not sanctioned by the US. You know why? Because all 5 S-400 systems are now pointed at China, not Pakistan. So India is using Russian weapons against China. And believe it or not, if you go through the documents, if you go through all of these like arguments between Mao and Khrushchev, this was one of the reasons for the Sino-Soviet split. The Chinese were very upset that the Soviet Union was arming their enemies. Haz, do you have any comments?
Huh?
Do you have any comments?
About what?
All of the stuff that I said to you before you went to the bathroom? I was telling chat that I have a policy of never arguing with you on stream.
What do you think about the Communist Party of Pakistan?
Oh, it's useless. It's relevant.
Is there a Maoist movement in Pakistan?
No, but in terms of foreign policy, all mainstream parties are like pro-China, so I think that's the only
I know, but
positive thing.
Maoists are like extremists, right? Like in the
I
Philippines
I don't think that's ever going to happen in Pakistan. I don't think a Maoist party will ever gain any traction in Pakistan. In Nepal, yes. But actually, the Maoists in Nepal aren't that great. But they were quite good when they were unified with the Marxist-Leninist communist faction. But the US split them up, and India split them up.
Is Vietnam friendlier with India or Pakistan?
India.
How's relations with Pakistan?
I'm not sure. I don't think it's relevant. I think that India and Vietnam, the US is pushing India and Vietnam together as a way to counter China. Also, Japan is another one. Philippines as well.
Do you think Imran Khan is coming back?
I don't know. When he was elected in 2018, he was elected with the support of the army. And the army dictates the affairs in Pakistan. And if he no longer has the support of the army, there's a strong case that he will not come back. But
is the army unified? Aren't there factions?
I think that the army is pretty much unified when it comes to
so it's
the
all
parties.
pro-American.
No, okay, so when it comes to that, no, they're not all pro-American, but in terms of domestic politics, they will back certain parties, like the
no, but they're all against Pakistan's new alignment with Russia.
I don't think so. I don't think that they're all. I don't think Russia is that relevant in in South Asia. I think that Bajwa,
It's
the
the
army
reason he
chief,
got removed, isn't it?
hold on 1 second. I think that Bajwa used the Russia Pakistan thing as a way to convince the US, as a way to sort of say, hey, you know, we want more weapons. You get what I'm saying?
Now?
Meaning in February,
When did they
in
tell
March.
the US that now? We need more weapons now.
No. I mean, so what the army chief is saying is that we want more weapons from the US.
So why is Imran Khan removed? Why did he fall out of favor just now after he traveled to Russia?
There have been budding disagreements between him and the army for ages. I'll give you an example. You know what CPEC is? The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. It's the flagship project of the Belt and Road Initiative. This guy, Bajwa, who's the army chief that is more pro-US, was head of the CPEC authority. Okay? He wasn't the best. We don't know why, but Imran Khan removed him from the post of head of CPEC.
And he was pro-US.
Yeah. So that's just an example of one of the disagreements that Imran Khan had with the army. Also,
yeah, but hold on. The only thing that happened is he removed the pro-US guy. He didn't cancel the project, did he?
No. He didn't cancel the project. I'm just giving you an example of two things.
It's about Pakistan deviating from US, being a slave of the US, basically, right?
But how is Pakistan a slave of the US when they have the strongest ties with China, when they have when China is their strongest defense partner? They're literally called Iron Brothers.
Because that is an inheritance of the past, and Pakistan is still apparently the military still views Pakistan as dependent on the US's good graces.
No, I
think Imran Khan's new direction was
new direction?
Of saying we're not going to be slaves
hanging
of
out
the US.
With Kadyrov. Everybody has said that. Even Nawaz Sharif said that in 2017. I interviewed one of the opposition party. I interviewed their foreign minister in 2017, Khwaja Asif. If you want to look into it, you can. I also interviewed Bilal Bhutto, who is the head of the Pakistan People's Party. They've all said similar things. We will no longer be slaves of the US. Everyone has said these things. It's this fucking alt media on Twitter who is trying to present this image. They literally sound like PTI spokespeople at this point. Holy fuck. I can't stand these motherfuckers.
What's PTI?
Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. It's the Pakistan Movement for Justice. It's Imran Khan's political party. I've interviewed PMLN, which is the Pakistan Muslim League. It's another opposition party. They're the ones who are in power now. And the PPP, the Pakistan People's Party, which was founded by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto.
So, okay, don't you think, though, that it has something to do with the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Maybe something to do with it, but
let me put it this way. So, Imran Khan clashes with the army because the army's pro-US, right?
The army wants weapons from the US.
Yeah, so they're pro-US.
Okay.
Because nothing's free. If you want to get weapons from the US, you have to toe the US foreign policy line.
Right, but there is no way in hell that the US can affect Pakistan's ties with China. I'm just telling you, Russia is not as relevant in South Asia as people like...
I get that, but don't you think... So the whole conflict is about this relationship between Pakistan to the US.
If you think... Yeah, I guess so. In terms of... But let me ask you something. Modi is very pro-Russia. Bangladesh is very pro-Russia. Okay? None of their leaders are getting cooed over their stances on Russia.
Wait, because Pakistan's always been pro-Russia. I mean, India's always been pro-Russia.
Right, but you're saying that it's this... specific thing.
because the US is used to being able to count on Pakistan to be anti-Russia.
But that's what I'm telling you. The South Asia is a US versus China battleground, not a US versus Russia battleground.
The US versus Russia battleground is global. It's literally global.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's fucking Eastern Europe. It's literally just limited to Eastern Europe. I'm telling you. The US does not view Russia as a competitor in South Asia. Russia and China have competing interests in South Asia. They're not on the same page. They've never been on the same page. Okay, sorry. I feel bad. We can probably continue this off stream.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, I'm telling you, I've been posting about this and I've told you this before. I feel like you're doing this just to rile me up.
I'm literally not.
Okay.
I'm just being an outside foreign
devil's
perspective.
advocate?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm going to read you something. Hold on one sec. Hey, shut me up if I do that again. I shouldn't have done that. That was fucked up. I apologize.
I literally don't care. I don't care.
Okay. All right. Okay. I posted this today. Top priority threat, multi-domain threat by the PRC. Okay, deterring aggression while being prepared to prevail in conflict when necessary, prioritizing the PRC challenge, mainly in the Indo-Pacific. Then the Russia challenge in Eastern Europe is secondary. It's not, the US and Russia are not in conflict globally, only in Eastern Europe. So the only threat posed by Russia to the US is one, military and confined to that region. But China is not only a military threat to the US globally, it's an economic threat and it's an ideological threat. So these three things, and that's why US scholars and all of these officials are saying that the People's Republic of China poses a greater threat to the US and the liberal international order than the Soviet Union posed throughout the Cold War.
Well, then, how is the army able to be both pro-US and be a reliable partner to China in the long term?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And because all of these factions...
Well, don't you think the army... Okay, this is where I disagree with you. Because I think if the army maintains a general geopolitical stance of being pro-US, with China as the only exception. Now, I understand China is the biggest threat of the US. I get that, right? So that's a big exception for the army to still, for now be pro-China and pro-US. But for that to be its only exception, right? To me, I think Pakistan's political superstructure is not adjusted to the Xi Jinping era of China, which is actually political and not just economic anymore, and it's not even just geopolitical anymore. It's literally political in terms of what Russia's doing, right? So I think what Imran Khan's decision to get closer to Russia was Pakistan's way of adjusting its superstructure toward the new confrontation between China and the United States. I don't know if Pakistan's military leadership is going to side with China in a confrontation between the US and China. I don't think they are.
When you're referring to base and superstructure, I don't think it's comprehensive enough. So when I look at international affairs, when I analyze international affairs, I usually go with Marxist-Leninist international relations theory, which, yes, does take into consideration base and superstructure. But I'm looking at it from one, a global and international level. That's the most important. Number two, regional. Number three, domestic. Okay, globally. So first of all, what exactly did Imran Khan do that you're saying was move closer to Russia? Because I've literally said the same thing.
All right. So right now there's a U.S.-led political global order, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So even though China is the number one force undermining that order economically, In terms of political challenges to the US's global order, Russia leads the way.
Fake news.
No, politically,
Fake
Russia
news.
leads the way.
Politically, China is leading the way with Russia by its side.
No, China has led the way economically, not politically.
But economics is part of politics. Politics is part of economics.
Yeah, I know,
It's
but
all
only
intertwined.
Russia is willing to disrupt all precedent of international norms and the world order as we know it, the international order as we know it, directly.
Because of its intervention in Ukraine. That's
Yes.
literally it. Okay.
And Georgia, which remember the Chinese at that time, let's be fair, China condemned Russia's invasion of Georgia because it wanted to cozy favor with the liberals in the liberal establishment in China, which was friendly toward the U.S.
You have a little bit of a Eurocentric view on this. I'll tell you why. Because if it's just military intervention in their own backyard, that's what you're considering is, disruptive. China,
It's because there's a precedent of post-war U.S.-led international relations in a U.S.-led unipolar world order.
I know. So in 2020, when China, when the U.S. condemned China for invading India, so-called invading India, and then in 2017, when China was condemned by the U.S. for invading Bhutan, so on and so forth. These are two examples that I'm giving you, maybe not to the same extent, maybe not covered in the Western media to the same extent, but when the principle of international relations is concerned, it was similarly called an invasion.
I don't think that upset the status quo or challenged the status quo of the international order because...
Okay, which, let me ask you something. What's the most important geostrategic region for the U.S. right now to confront China and Russia?
It's not about the geostrategic region in terms of like the Navy or resources. It's not about that. It's about the legal precedent of being able to just invade.
Invasion. It was an invasion. That's what the U.S. said it was.
The U.S. said that China invaded India?
Yes.
But it's a long disputed territory. That's how they understood it.
No, because the U.S. doesn't see it as disputed anymore. The U.S. sees it because India had unilaterally declared it Indian territory.
When?
They literally called it an invasion. Yeah.
Yeah, but...
I'm telling you, but I just think that...
It wasn't an invasion, though. It was a confrontation between troops on both sides with sticks.
No. They literally called it an invasion.
You cut out.
Condemned it as.
You cut out again.
Hold on one second. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's one thing I wanted to mention. Russia has always been pissed off at the U.S. because it does not respect that area, that's the former Soviet Union, and it has the right to take whatever action it can.
All right, let me ask you a question.
To protect its security. But just that, it's literally just that region. That's it.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
The Soviet Union and the U.S., what was that? That was a bipolar world. Okay? When the Soviet Union's gone, the U.S. is in a unipolar world. All right? So...
It depends on what era. Okay, so if you're going to go with so after Stalin's death, 1953 to early 1971, I would say that the principal contradiction was between the U.S. and China.
No, it wasn't.
The Soviet Union pursued a policy of détente. The U.S. wasn't trying to nuke the Soviet Union.
I know, you're right. I know what the Soviet leadership was trying to do, détente. I get that. And I agree with you on the Sino-Soviet split, so you know that, okay?
Yeah.
There's no need to say that. But the objective fact is that the U.S. and the Soviet Union the difference between China and the Soviet Union is that the Soviet Union had an alternative international system. China did not. Soviet Union had a communist world, so to speak, that stretched from Middle East to Africa to Asia, whatever, and it was like it was its own world and it was its own system.
China's backyard was once again the Indo-Pacific. And let me tell you something, in every single official strategy document, you know what it says? It says the Soviet Union never challenged US interests in the Indo-Pacific, and US economic success is directly dependent on the Indo-Pacific. They actually say that in today's strategy documents. That the Indo-Pacific was always the most important geostrategic region for the US economically, and I can send you these things, and that the Soviet Union throughout the Cold War did not challenge the US.
Wait, but the US... Hold on, but the US... You're dealing with the entire world versus one region?
It's not just one region. I'm talking about what's most important for the US. Where is most of the money coming from? Even Biden today says that the Indo-Pacific is directly...
Now it is, but that for all the
even
years...
Even back then.
So the entirety of the entirety of the post-war US was... had its geopolitical focus on the Indo-Pacific?
In terms of, where they get their...
it doesn't make sense to me because all of the political interventions, the bulk of them...
It may not make sense to you, but I can send you the documents and you can
bulk,
examine them for yourself.
I know, but the bulk of the US's political interventions was in Latin America and, you know, even the middle... I mean, only the Indo-Pacific was the most important thing for the US after the post-war year.
Do you know... Pull up a map of the Indo-Pacific. Can you do that?
I know what it looks like.
No, I want your chat to see it.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to pull this I have the documents.
All right, so this is it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that now, but the entire post-war period that this is like that this is worth more than the rest of the world. I just don't. I find it very hard to believe that like
well, the US,
like, okay, during the Vietnam War, right? You could say that, but Vietnam, I mean, that's a bad case because Vietnam was aligned with the Soviet Union more, and then China supported the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, so did the US against Vietnam. So when it comes to the US's activity in the Indo-Pacific, I think India is the only exception because in Vietnam, right, the Vietnam was seen as like a small regional power, which both China and the US teamed up together with to contain. And that was an example, actually, of the Soviet world, which was Vietnam. It was like the local lord in the Indo-Pacific that represented the Soviet Union's alternative international system. And that alternative international system was like also an economic system that was completely opposed to the U.S. Bretton Woods order. So to me, I still think China was in the right in the Sino-Soviet split, but China never established an alternative international system to challenge the US.
How effective was the Soviet Union's?
In terms of what? In terms of challenging the US, very effective.
Economically?
No, it was hard for the Soviets to spread that system they had beyond political revolutions. So it couldn't spread through markets. It couldn't spread through voluntary transactions.
So when it comes to priorities for the U.S., the number one priority is economic. Number two, security.
No, wait.
Number three, ideological.
Hold on. I get that, right? but economically, China had not begun its reform and opening up until what?
Right,
The
but
late 70s.
but the Indo-Pacific, where China was involved in, that was the source of, most of like the GDP, etc., GDP growth, etc. Hold on,
Hold
let
on,
me
you're
read it to
saying
you.
most of the U.S.'s GDP growth came from this region? You're not saying
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
During the post-war Cold War?
Not in the first few years, but in the latter few years before 1970. Yeah, I can give you the statistics. I have to look it up. But right now, the Indo-Pacific accounts
Well,
for
how did
60%.
China threaten that? Because China wasn't forming economic relations with these
It
countries
did.
that
Of
threatened it.
course, they did.
There was no Belt and Road. There was no Chinese industrial alternative to the U.S. I mean, was China investing in them to be a rival to the U.S.? Of course not.
They were investing to expand their influence and also compete with the Soviet Union. You're also
But
forgetting that part.
China would invest with weapons, not with economic.
No,
China
they
was,
did. China was poor, yeah, but after the first few years when the Soviet Union began helping them, especially when their industries were growing a little bit, then they began expanding and supporting different countries, especially in the Indo-Pacific, with aid and etc. I mean, Albania isn't a great example; it's not in the Indo-Pacific, but Cuba also, they gave what they could.
but I don't think that threatened the U.S.
You're taking these individual examples. I'm trying to get you to look at the bigger picture. If
I'm
you
I,
don't
I'm
believe
lo-
me that
I'm
the
all I'm
Indo-Pacific
trying to
region,
tell you is that politically, Russia is still the U.S.'s enemy number one. That's changing now. I get it, but
I
up
think we
until
can come to an
recently,
agreement that ideologically and politically, the Soviet Union and the US, that was the primary contradiction. But I do think that for a specific time, maybe, as short as it was, I think that the US viewed China as a bigger threat than the Soviet Union, especially under democratic administrations, JFK being one example.
I do believe the JFK thing. I am convinced on that JFK
Yeah.
did see China as a very, very big threat. But
He
that
threatened to nuke China.
I know, but that was also more in line with containing China's abilities. Because China was not yet a threat. They just knew that it could become one in the future, and they wanted to
So,
repress and contain China.
so under Eisenhower, that's pretty much where JFK got that containing China strategy from. Eisenhower wanted détente with Khrushchev. What year did he meet with Khrushchev? He literally met with Khrushchev, and I remember there was a conversation between Mao and Khrushchev where Mao was warned, don't piss off the US while I'm meeting with Eisenhower. And after that, the Soviet Union decided to cancel their nuclear aid to China, and that's literally what started the Sino-Soviet split.
Yeah,
It was
I understand that, but this is what I'm trying to tell you, okay? It's just this
I know
simple.
what you're
I'm not
trying to tell
disagreeing with
me.
you, but you're just not listening to what I'm saying, okay?
That's just called being a woman.
Okay, whatever. So the Soviet Union, there was an international communist world order. Now, was it led by revisionists? Yes. Was it led by traitors? Yes. Khrushchev was a traitor. The establishments were all traitors. But you also have to understand there was a political infrastructure in place that was a challenge to the U.S. international order. I'm talking about state power, okay?
Okay.
There was a state power, an international state power, okay, that challenged American hegemony in terms of statehood and in terms of laws, legally as a system, okay, a political system, all right? And you're right. Those people sold China out to the US because they were traitors, they were revisionists. and they wanted to consolidate what they had, and they didn't want to spread. They didn't want to. They didn't want to do the final push and like win at like for international communism or whatever. They wanted to stay where they were comfortably and just have peace with the U.S. and both of the U.S. ruling class and the revisionist clique would have a win-win situation where they just.
So don't you think on
okay,
that
go on. You're not listening. Okay. So
it's hard.
China was a counter. China was not a counter-hegemonic force to the Soviet Union. China was a force of civil war within the communist world. For example, in the Soviet Union itself, what the Khrushchevite and revisionist clique feared the most was that during the Cultural Revolution, for example, China was going to spread that to Siberia and the isolated regions of the Russian countryside, and those people were going to rise up and overthrow the bureaucracy and restore Stalinism, right? And they were scared shitless of that. Okay, so that was that's the threat China posed. It was an internal thing to the communist world. Okay, but China itself didn't have its own international system. It was a force within the existing international system, which and that's the paradox of that's the tragedy of what we're talking about, is that the Soviet leadership sold out the communist world system because they were so scared of the Chinese style revolution that would have overthrown the current leaders of the communist world order. Okay, so it was an internal affair, the communist world order. Now,
I think we're coming at it from two different points. I think that your argument is ideological and
no, it's not, because I'm not
political.
Yeah, but politics is literally about the barrel of a gun violence. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about political state power.
Okay, geopolitics isn't only about the barrel of a gun.
Right, but when you're talking about international relations, you're talking about a series of norms, precedents, and treaties.
And I'm taking that into consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so you have that, and forget about like regions, forget about resources, and forget about like areas. I'm just talking about on the legal side of things. Russia has always been more of a threat to the US when it comes to that than China. Because China has tried for the past 2 decades to hide its strength and bide its time, and it has never taken the step of engaging in an act of transforming the world order. And now I'm going to clarify what I mean. Don't jump on me. An act is something you do that is a direct matter of political will. China has been slowly and gradually undermining this world order, but not as an act, but as like changing it materially and economically, okay? In terms of an actual action, you have to press a button and do it with no way of having any precedent or like knowing what the consequences of it is going to be. And only Russia was willing to do that up until now.
That's fine. You can think that, but that is not how
There's
US
no equivalent to Russia's taking of invasion of Georgia.
But you're looking at it purely from a military security perspective. That's it. If Russia hadn't done this Ukraine thing, right? Biden would have been focused entirely on China.
There was still Syria, though. I mean, at the end of the day, who's going to put nukes in Venezuela and put a military base in Venezuela? It's going to be Russia.
Which country has more military bases globally, China or Russia?
Of course, China does. But it's not going to put a military base in Venezuela.
Who cares about South America? It's
because that's in the U.S.'s back. I'm saying I care about it because it's in the U.S.'s back door. It's right in front of the U.S.
But that doesn't matter. I'm telling you, it's low priority. Low priority for the U.S. when it comes to confronting China and Russia. It's lower priority than the fucking Arctic. Okay?
The US, a fucking Russian military base in Venezuela, would literally make the US leadership shit its pants.
No.
Yes, it
It's not
would.
the-
What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh.
They would literally go to war over that.
And what are the chances of that happening? I'm telling you that the
Well,
Western
if anyone has the will to do it, it would be Russia, not China. That's
okay,
what I'm saying.
so we're discussing hypothetical situations now.
Well, it's an example of how Russia acts. Russia does the action.
Wonderful. What about China's military bases in Africa, all over the Indo-Pacific?
China has
the
been
US
doing.
Is focusing
this
on
is the
war.
Okay, it's like this. China's playing the long game, and I get that, but Russia's actually doing it as an act.
I mean, if military bases are the example that you're using,
That's
China
the
has
long
more.
game. That's the long game.
Now let's look at Russia's military.
When has
bases,
China
right?
ever send its troops to the Middle East, like Syria or something, and directly contradicted? Could you imagine China sending troops to Syria?
I mean, there was talk of it, and I think that if Chinese interests are threatened, I think that they will send troops to someone's border. I think the fact that India is a nuclear power aligned with the US, the fact that they had an open dispute, two nuclear powers, that did challenge the order more so than anything else. Because, like you said, two nuclear powers. Also, in a region that's disputed between three nuclear powers.
All right, let me explain to you the U.S. perspective on India. Okay.
No. You're trying to explain to me the U.S. perspective of
Yeah, this is what the U.S. thinks of India. Okay, the U.S. sees India as a country. They see it as an archaic Balkan-like conflict. They don't see India as like Israel. They don't see it like that. They don't see India as like, the foremost defender of U.S. interests. They see that conflict as an archaic conflict.
Okay, there is bipartisan consensus that this region, because of the number of nuclear powers in that vicinity, neighbors, they're all neighbors, that's the most volatile
yeah, it's volatile,
conflict.
but they don't see India as like, they don't see India like how they see Ukraine. They don't see India
Bullshit.
like how they see
India is the number one ally of the U.S. when it comes to countering China. Read the Indo-Pacific strategy.
No, I understand.
Read elements of the China challenge of the State Department.
I get that.
Read the National Defense Strategy.
I get that.
There.
Okay, I get that. Okay. Would you deny that China tried to keep its head down when it comes to the majority of things the U.S. is involved with? Who would be more likely to come to Saddam's aid? China or Russia?
Oh my goodness. It depends on the region again. I don't think that the Middle East is as relevant anymore in the global scheme of things.
Literally anywhere in the world except China's own backyard.
And what is Ukraine? Russia's own backyard.
Yeah. But but guess what? If the US were to right now invade Venezuela and take it out.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, you're not looking at it from an international law perspective. Okay?
I am literally looking at it from an international global
Russia has
perspective.
raised the most contentions when it comes to the US's violations of international law, and Russia looks at it like, hey, we used to share power with you, America, and then you said we're going to have this era of peace, but you're acting in an unfair way. And we don't want to be part. We're gonna, they're challenging the U.S.-led global order on legal terms, formal terms.
Let me ask you something. So I disagree with you. I do not think that Russia violated international law when it was invited by the Syrian government to help Syria eradicate terrorists.
I know, but
now, did Syria ask China to help them out? Did they request assistance from China?
Hey, do you know why Russia? Do you know why Russia went to Syria?
That's not my question. I'm talking about international law and the principle of international law.
That wasn't my example my example was not going to Syria.
Syria requested Russia to intervene in Syria.
Right,
that's why it was legal under international law. If they had asked China to do that, they didn't. So
Okay,
This is irrelevant.
who reacted more harshly to the 2004 invasion of Iraq? China or Russia?
Neither. I can't give
Well,
you a
who
proper
reacted
answer.
more harshly?
All Putin said was like, I don't think that Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. China also made the same
Who
comments.
made a bigger fuss over it and made an issue over it more?
Well, it's traditional in Russian foreign policy to make a public fuss about things.
Yeah,
but
I get that.
yeah,
But all right, I get that. But who, like, for example, why is it that Russia is the one who interfered in our election and not China?
no, the Republicans said that China interfered in an election. Right now, the
No
media
one
is
that never
hold
became a
on,
meme. That never became a meme.
because
That was just the
Republicans don't
response
have
to what they said
hold
about
on.
Russia. It never became a meme.
Republicans don't have control of the media. It's dominated by liberals. So of course, liberals are going to say Russia interfered in
Yeah,
the
but
election because
liberals
that was
don't just
typical.
control the media; they control everything.
Yeah, which is why their narrative is going to
But they're the ones
come
in
out
power.
stronger.
They are America. Liberals are America. Republicans are not
Right. And guess what?
hegemonic.
Guess what the Democrats think? The Democrats view China as a bigger threat than Russia. It's in every single strategy
All
document.
right, that's fine.
This,
Then why is Russia villainized more than China?
because Russia makes a fuss out of things.
Okay, even
Publicly, they make
even if we
statements.
look at it just from that perspective of making a fuss. Okay, let's just begin from there. Making a fuss, okay? Making a fuss is InfoWar, changes perceptions, it's politics. That's what we're talking about here.
When did
Making
Obama,
a fuss makes a difference.
in 2008, let me ask you something. Between 2008 and let's say 2011.
All right, okay, let me ask you a
was
question.
Obama?
What would be more
Oh,
intelligent
God.
to contain China? If you want to contain China, let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be smarter to allow for more Russian-European economic integration? And wouldn't it be smarter for the US to give more concessions to Russia and to be like, hey, Russia, listen, we're going to look the other way for Crimea, team up with us, join up with us. Like, they could have done all of those things for decades. They had multiple opportunities. Putin wanted to join NATO, right? The Russians kept going to the US and they were open to it, and they were like, hey, we can team up, whatever. And if the US said, hey, let's team up against China, I don't think the Russian leadership at that time was that principled, especially under Yeltsin, right? They would have
Okay,
been more
get
than
this.
open to it. You're
this.
ignoring and neglecting that, yeah, it's Eurocentric with the Balkan War, with Serbia and everything, which was the beginning of the rift between Russian-US relations. But you have to understand that this is what you're not getting. Our world order is still dominated by Europe. They own it politically. They politically own the world. So that
And
conflict
where
is big.
and where are they getting? So where are they getting their money from? Which region is their economy dependent on? Not
Whose
Europe.
region?
I'm giving you the West.
The
Where?
West?
So what? I'm going to give you
The
an
West
example.
is
I'm going to give you a
dependent on
quote.
Africa, Latin America.
Bullshit.
Yes, it is.
Bullshit. I'll give you a direct quote. This is in Biden's White House strategy. Hold on. He said that the economic success of direct depended on the Indo-Pacific.
Okay, I know the Indo-Pacific's a very important region of the world, but
It's more important than Africa
you
and the
can't.
Middle East.
You
Okay, listen. The prosperity
all right?
of
What do we
everyday
get from the
Americans is linked
Indo-Pacific?
to
It's
the Indo-Pacific.
It's the sea. It's the transport.
No,
Yes, it's the sea.
no, it's everything.
What? Okay,
It's
so
combined.
Vietnamese rice controls the world. Is that what you're saying?
No, the Indo-Pacific accounts for 60% of the world's current gross domestic product and contributes
Hold on,
more than
hold on.
two-thirds
Gross
of
domestic.
present global economic growth. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, because of India, which
and
has over a
invest-
billion people.
No, it's not just
It's
India.
India,
Trade and
it's
investment in this
Indonesia. Yeah, there's a lot of people that live there. That doesn't mean that it's the biggest driving force of growth in the West. It's not.
It is. Trade and investment in this dynamic region are vital to the security and prosperity of the United States and reflective in more than 1.9 trillion in two-way trade with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, serving as the #1 destination for U.S. foreign direct investment. In 10 years, the region will host 2/3 of the world's population and 2/3 of the global economy.
Okay, that's what it was. 2/3 of the world's population. That's
And
literally what I
2/3 of the
said.
global economy.
Okay, but I don't think we know it. Okay, when you're talking about what is Europe reliant on economically,
They also have their own Indo-Pacific strategy. The EU, it's out there. You can just Google it. You can look it up, and they say the same fucking shit.
okay, then why doesn't France have CFAC in the Indo-Pacific? Why does it still have the CFAC currency in West Africa? Why does France send troops to West Africa? Why is Africa so important?
Africa is important to France specifically, but I'm talking about the EU as a whole. They value the Indo-Pacific more than they value Africa. I'm sorry.
Why?
But
What do they get from the Indo-Pacific?
this exact same thing that the US gets.
What is that?
Because, I mean, just like GDP growth.
What? Okay, don't tell
2/3
me
of the
GDP
economy.
growth. Tell me, what do they get physically?
Minerals, mostly. and
Minerals
then
come
most
from
of the-
Africa.
Not right now. That's going to change, though. I agree that's going to change with the transition to green energy. They're going to get most of their lithium and their other minerals, rare earth minerals specifically from Africa. But
Why didn't you
there are
just
certain
say,
things-
you could have just said it's the investment banks in the
FDI, I mean, it's a two-way thing. It's not like
You could have just say the investment banks.
Okay, fine.
Because that's what drives the the European and US economies. It's based on finance. So you could say investments
I'm
and hedge
giving
funds
you,
and
but
shit.
the thing is, I'm not giving you my opinion here. I am actually literally giving you what they're saying. So you can dispute it, but I'm not, this is not my argument. I'm just telling
I
you what they're saying.
this is what I'm trying to say, okay?
Okay.
The world is much bigger than the Indo-Pacific.
Okay, and the economy? Global economy?
Okay, what percentage of the global economy does the Indo-Pacific now constitute? If you're gonna say that both China and India are part of the Indo-Pacific, the entirety of China.
You have a fucking map in front of you.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like not fair because these countries both have over 1 billion people. And China's interests stretch the world. And yeah, okay, right now it's only right now it's only 15%. Is that what someone in chat said?
No, it's not.
All right, so even if let's say in 10 years, 60% of the world. Let's say in 10 years, 60% of the world's the Indo-Pacific. Okay, it's a majority, but there's still 40% of the world that matters.
Okay, but all right, so it's not Indo-Pacific versus the rest of the world. It's by region, right?
To you, flushed face.
Huncho, shut up. How do I get rid of this donation? Okay. All right. Sorry, what were you saying?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you exactly how the U.S. Not my argument, so don't attack me. I'm just the messenger. Okay.
Okay.
Key priority regions: number 1, the Indo-Pacific. Number 2, Eastern Europe. May I finish?
Okay.
Number 3, the Middle East and Africa, North Africa specifically. Number 4, Arctic. Number 5, Latin America. So these are the priority. That's not how the world is divided.
Oh, I forgot about the Arctic. That's where all minerals and natural resources are going to come from.
Okay, so it's more important than Latin America. That was the original argument that I was making.
You're trying to say that Russia's basically peanuts, that China's the only thing that matters.
No, I think that Russia is very important, but do you think that Russia has the ability to challenge the liberal international order economically, politically, militarily, the same way that China does?
No, but China does not yet have the political will power.
Okay, so that's
Will
not
power.
willpower versus ability. These are two different things.
I
These are
know
two
it's
different
very
things.
important. Will power is
Okay.
very
So
important.
that, you know what? That's different. But I'm talking
Why
about
were people saying, for example, that since Russia's doing this in Ukraine, China should now take Taiwan? Because Russia proved the willpower as an inspiration to China.
Beautiful. That's lovely. They have the will to do it.
Which fucking
what about- okay,
matters.
so
It
here's-
matters
so-
if you have the will power, because that means you are politically challenging
Hun,
the world order.
sweetheart.
You don't just have the
Make-
potential to, you're politically challenging it. You don't know how much the Chinese status quo and institutions are ruled by America-loving liberals. It's a lot. China's having a cultural revolution right now where people from the middle class are having this kind of Trump style rebellion against their own elites, and they love Putin in Russia because that's their inspiration to challenge those elites in China.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, that are in China right now.
All right. So I was going to say something, but I forgot what I was going to say, and it was a very important point.
Willpower.
Ability versus willpower.
Yeah.
So let's just say something happens and then Russia does get peeled away from China. China will have the ability to challenge not just the US, but the liberal international order economically, politically, and militarily.
All right,
Russia does not
have
that ability alone.
All right, can I say this?
Mhm.
All right, so China's used to dealing with its own backyard, right?
Yes.
All right, well, the US governs the whole fucking world, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And China is used to that and has maneuvered and worked around that. Hide your strength, bide your time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's worked around that.
Mm-hmm.
Only Russia says, no, fuck you, US. The world must be governed in a different way. As a whole, the whole fucking world.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference I'm talking about.
Oh, Haas. I disagree with you. And in 10 years, I will be proven right. And you will be so, so wrong. And I can't wait. But the important thing is you're wrong. And you have a very sort of European perspective where you only respect military might, where I'm taking everything together.
Yeah, but military might is... That
I
matters.
think we're discussing two different things. Willpower
That's about
versus
power.
ability.
That's literally about power.
Oh, Hus. I feel like the more feminine I make my voice, the more you concede. So I'm going to
No,
continue.
I don't. That's not true.
Well, this was fun. I just want to make it clear to chat that there is no Samira Haas split. There is no Khan versus Khan split. We still do fundamentally agree on the Sino-Soviet split. We're still on the same page. We're still allies, and I still think he's wonderful, and he's a sweetheart.
What do you mean, sweetheart?
I was trying to be nice.
I don't know. I mean, it's like, what do you mean by that?
No, I was literally calling you sweetheart and hun during the debate.
Excuse
You didn't notice
me?
that? Yeah, you didn't hear?
I did not.
Oh gosh, did chat notice? Yeah.
So, okay. Second of all,
My feminine will to win debates.
I just think, this is, I think you have
I
a
should
very,
just-
no, you want to talk about that? You have a feminine mentality. You think Mother Earth is just going to take its course and a man doesn't have to act.
Astaghfirullah.
That's what you
Fuck
think.
you. No.
You
no,
have
no,
the
no, I
Mother
don't think
Gaia
that-
perspective. You just think
Look.
Mother Nature will take its course.
I love what you're doing right now. You
And
know that this
you know I'm right. It's over. You literally know I'm right. It's literally
First of all,
so
this
true.
isn't a debate. We're having a discussion, okay? Maybe I used the wrong word debate. We're having a discussion, okay?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that Mother Earth will take over. Of course, willpower matters, but ability matters more. Would you agree?
Yes, but
Okay,
okay.
there you
Here's the
go.
contradiction between ability and willpower. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Your willpower doesn't just exist just because you have the ability. Willpower is the result of a very specific structural position in relations of power. So the willpower comes from the structure of international and global power. Okay? Just because you have the ability does not mean you have
Okay,
the
who is this
structural willpower.
motherfucker in chat saying...
All right, who is it? I'll
Sorry.
just ban them. Who is
No,
it?
no, no, don't ban them. No, it's funny. It's funny. Don't call Haas sweetie during a debate. I feel like you'd hate it if Haas did it to you. No, I wouldn't mind, actually.
All right, Vari, if you want to stay for the rest of the night, you have to gift 50 subs, okay? You only gifted 5 subs. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But yeah, honestly, you should debate you should gift 10 subs, honestly. But
oh
anyway.
my gosh, we actually gave your audience some really good content tonight.
Yeah.
Lots of tension between us.
Guys, you shouldn't side with me in this debate because offline she's gonna complain about you and then I'll have to ban you.
Say wallah.
So you know what? Get Huncho out of here for the day. He's out for the day. He's done enough. Get him out of here for the whole day. He can come back tomorrow.
You know, what I love about this is that now I know how to speak to you. This has been a learning experience for me.
Why?
No, if I make my voice more feminine and more sexy,
that's not
when you're
true.
more inclined
that's not
to agree
true.
with me.
That's literally not true.
Okay. Let's see what chat thinks.
Chat literally believes anything. If I tell chat, they literally believe anything. They don't if I tell chat that if I tell them that well, let me think of some shit to make up. If I tell them that the reason you're conceding to me right now in the debate and you're doing so poorly is because you it's because I shaved my beard or some shit. They'll believe it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is amazing.
They'll actually believe it. They'll believe
so
anything.
Let me ask you something. I have a question. When it comes to women debating men, what do you think is more effective? Women acting like men or women embracing their femininity?
It depends if the guy can look past it, and I look past it. I focus on the meat and potatoes. I don't care about the presentation.
Okay.
I just think you're not nuke-pilled, you don't believe you do have to press the button one day.
No, I'm the one who used
everything...
the nuke. I'm the one who used the nuke argument when it came to China, India, and Pakistan, and that's why I said it's more significant.
You're talking about it as a bluff. I'm talking about hitting the button.
Okay. Less flirting, more geopolitics. No, I mean, I like both. I think we can do both at the same time.
We're not flirting, guys. Come on. What are you talking about? That's haram. That's literally haram. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I know, right?
All right. Anyway. Anyway.
Did you have fun tonight?
This is every day.
Oh, okay.
I'm a streamer.
So there was nothing different
hours.
about having me on and us having a heated discussion for the first time. Might have made the
That's how the podcast is going to be anyway, so.
I'm not gonna argue with you
Why
like
not?
that. No,
It's a
because I shouldn't
podcast.
have been so combative tonight. It's disrespectful. It is, right?
How?
I don't know. I just didn't want to like destroy you like that. I'm just kidding.
Listen, look. All I'm saying is
Hey, can I tell you something though? I want to
this
tell
is
chat
where the
something.
difference. This is where the difference is. You're
Mhm.
saying that this circle is the whole world. I'm saying the world is bigger than that. That's the
No, that's not
disagreement.
what I'm fucking saying. I'm saying that in terms of the globe, this region is the most consequential to whatever happens on this fucking earth.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, you cannot agree with it, but that's what the US thinks and that's what the EU thinks. So, pause versus the US and the EU.
So hold on. Asia as a whole is 60%.
No, the Indo
Not just
Pacific.
the Indo-Pacific. No.
No, I looked it up in the fucking White House documents, motherfucker. Sorry.
Population total East Asia and Pacific is 2.3 billion.
Now
Only
Google.
2.3 billion.
Now,
Huh?
now Google the Indo Pacific.
Okay, hold on. Indo-Pacific population. It's gonna say 4.5 billion. That's not true. That's all of Asia combined.
The You're wrong.
No, that's all of Asia combined.
You're wrong.
No. Look at this. All right, I'm gonna show you. This is what they'll say.
I'm not going to look at it because I've done research. I've read every single fucking document on this, every strategy report. I know more about this than you.
Yeah, but it's
Just
not.
admit it. You can
All
disagree
right, let's
with
tally
it.
them up. India plus China is what, 2 billion?
Okay.
Then
How about this?
Indonesia is the other biggest one. And Pakistan.
Oh gosh.
I don't know if Pakistan's included in it though.
Sweetheart, listen. Why don't you look at all the countries of the Indo-Pacific and look at their respective populations and then
All right,
get
I'll
a
tell you. Okay,
calculator
look.
and
I'll
then
tally them up.
add up all
All right,
the
look at this. China, India, 2 billion. Pakistan is what, 300?
How many countries are in the Indo-Pacific? How many countries in the
I don't know how
Indo-Pacific?
much.
This is something stupid
What's
that
the
we're
Pakistan
arguing about. I don't
population?
want to argue about this.
It's like 200 million. Okay, 200
Really,
million.
are we really gonna argue about like
2.2,
adding?
Indonesia 300 million, 2.5, and then I'll just be generous and say round up to 3 million for the rest of them. It's only 3 billion people.
No. How many countries are in the Indo-Pacific?
I don't know.
I'm not.
All of this combined is like.
I just think that Haas is something that's not significant. That's.
It's half of the world. It's not the majority.
No.
All right, you know what? Lost Coat, you're getting banned for 5 days. He said 4.5 billion, including the Middle East. Why would you include the Middle East?
The Middle East isn't included, but I looked up the Indo-Pacific population, and it's saying, get
on
this.
Google.
Indo-Pacific population 4.561 billion.
Yeah, you're wrong. Look at the map next to that number. Look at the map next to that number. That's literally all of Asia and Eastern Europe.
Okay, which are what are the countries in the Indo-Pacific?
When I look it up, no one will say it.
Indo-Pacific countries, and then type in .gov or something. What countries are in?
It's not like a neatly defined region.
Yes, it is. The U.S. State Department defines it
anywhere in the world. Okay, the
population.
Okay, here. I found something. All right, I found something. Let's read it through. Okay. After so much digging, I found something. Okay, subregions. Western Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, East. Oh yeah, see, they don't even have the Indo-Pacific.
Bro. I have it. Okay,
Where?
you're not my bro.
Link
That's
it
weird.
on Twitter. Link it on Twitter.
It's the White House. I'm sending it to you right now.
Where?
I'm giving it to you. Hold on.
Ah. This is taking far too long.
All right, fine. We can move on to something else.
No, link it.
I'm getting it.
I'm just saying, hurry.
Okay, well, it's going to take me a bit of time. I have to find it properly. All right. The thing is, I don't understand why we're arguing about something so insignificant when we could be arguing about something else. Not arguing, but we could be having a discussion about something else. I did want to tell your chat something, but you interrupted me before. But whenever we have these heated discussions off stream on the phone for hours and hours, you usually do end up coming around to my view.
I can't agree with you because my view is Arctic based and your view is tropical based.
Motherfucker, what? Oh my god,
That's
people
the
are
truth.
saying like haram things in the chat.
That's the truth. Your view is...
But it's making me laugh.
My view is Arctic and your view is tropical.
Bull fucking shit.
Yeah, I believe the Arctic is the future. You believe the tropics is the future.
I'm the one who first mentioned the Arctic in this conversation. You were talking about South America and fucking an imaginary
I'm talking about the rest
military
of the world.
base in Venezuela. And then I'm the one who mentioned the Arctic. You have to take all of these regions and look at how they relate to the world. That's international relations theory. That's, more importantly, Marxist-Leninist international relations theory.
No! The Indo-Pacific is not the most important.
It is! You... Holy fuck! What the fuck, man? Holy fuck, Haas. Oh
It's
my
not.
gosh. I like wish I was with you in person right now, because then I could convince you.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it is.
Sorry, that sounded wrong.
I don't believe it is.
Well, you don't read.
I do read. I don't think it is.
It is. Heart, it is. I promise you. What did Samira mean by that? Exactly what you thought I meant. I'm just kidding. I love your chat so much. They're the best. Haz, I have been researching this specific issue. I've been reporting on it since 2016. And I've read every single strategy document of the US and the EU and every other Western country that make up the so-called liberal international order.
Like, I could believe... You know what your issue is? You confuse the underlying material with the... You confuse the base and the superstructure, and that's your problem. You think they're the same thing. They're not the same thing.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, some homework for you.
Wait, you're cutting out again.
Familiar with Marxist-Leninist international relations theory. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're confusing the movement of economic base with geopolitical superstructure.
Listen. Haas, listen. No. Holy fuck. You need to familiarize yourself with Marxist-Leninist international relations theory. It does include some of that, yes, like I said before, but it's a totally different way of thinking, and you just really need to look into it. This is what I went to school for.
Yeah,
Studying
I know,
international
but
relations.
you're basically saying that Russia and Ukraine is peanuts. And that couldn't be like the primary driving cause of the coup in Pakistan.
That's actually what it started with, right? Like our argument.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. I think it played a factor. Yeah, I do
It's
think
the
it played a
main
factor. I'm not
factor.
denying that. I was actually trying to.
Okay, this let's break it down.
Understand
Let's
your
break
thought
down. Let's break it
process.
down. This is what I was trying to say, okay? Let's break it down.
Mm-hmm.
So, the US, it's the world order. It's
Hold
the
on, sorry. Let me interrupt you for a second. Someone made a comment. Compare, what's his name? Pogan's performance with Samira's. This just happened out of nowhere. This wasn't supposed to happen. There was supposed to be no debate. This wasn't a debate. I still contend that this was not a debate. This was a healthy discussion between me and Haas.
All right.
Okay. And
All right.
I would love to end this on a good note so you can continue covering the news. I am no longer arguing with you. We will discuss this off
All right, you don't want to
stream.
anymore?
It's up to no. I don't want to talk about this topic until I give you all of the information, and we can't do that now. I don't think that it's fair for us to debate this when you don't have the information that I have. So let me pass that on to you first, and I want you to read it, process it, and then you can.
All right.
Have this
All right,
discussion.
so you sent it to me just now?
No, I didn't. I'm going to do it later.
Oh, okay.
Like, you can't read these 100-page documents on stream.
All right.
At least, did you have fun at least? I've made you tired.
You don't understand this is my job. Anything that can pass time, I don't care.
So why am I
always
not
have to
on
find
stream?
content.
Why am I not on stream more often?
I don't know, cause you never asked.
You're the guy. You're supposed to ask me.
Well, cause then you're gonna come on. You're gonna be all right. What do you want me to say? And I don't know.
No, I mean I created this content. This was all me.
But I feel like everything always comes down to this circle. You know, like we went from Ukraine to this circle, right?
Right, because I'm gonna send you something, okay? This is not just the defense strategy. There is agreement across all sectors that these are the priority regions, okay? I'm gonna have you look at this.
Because I don't. Okay, you want me to tell you where I disagree with you?
No, I don't want you to tell me where you disagree
Can I
with
say
me.
one thing?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, fine.
Okay, perfect. I sent you something on Twitter.
All right. Okay, but I can't say anything. But you can send this to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna say it anyway. China does not just belong to this region. That's, you know what, Samira? I'm actually going to turn the tables on you. You have a very Anglo-Saxon, sea-based view of the world.
All right. Listen.
Yup.
China is not just relevant in that part of the world, but that part of the world to the U.S. is the most important. China is relevant globally.
Because
that
the US,
is the argument I've been trying to make.
Because the U.S. is a sea-based power.
I know that, but I'm just saying
China's
that's
power
the U.S.
is land-based.
Okay.
Eurasia, Mongolia,
and the U.S.
the
takes
Silk
that
Road.
into consideration. China takes that into consideration, okay? Fine. Now, will you please pull up the screenshot I sent you?
You're only... Okay, we get it. All right, let me pull it up. All you're saying here is that... yes, the top priority is China. I get it. I never denied that.
Multi-domain threat.
Yeah, I get that.
Russia is an acute threat. What is the definition of a multi-domain threat, and what is the definition of an acute threat? Can you please define those terms for me?
What? Okay, Russia poses acute threats as illustrate... Yeah, like specific threats.
Okay,
get what you're
and
trying to
what is
say.
the difference between an acute threat and a
I don't know. Does acute threat? No, wait.
multi-domain
Acute
threat?
threats also means that just it doesn't only look prioritizing PRC challenge in the end. So that's a region. Russia's also a region in Europe. So they see them
But
both
it's
as a threat.
the priority is the PRC challenge in the Indo-Pacific, then then the Russia challenge in Europe. Also, the PRC is a quote multi-domain threat. Okay?
Yeah, but I think Russia.
What you think is irrelevant. I'm trying to
I
explain
just think I
the
don't think you
defense
understand
strategy right now.
dialectics. I think Russia represents.
I understand dialectics. I'm not trying to say that. Okay, here's one thing that you need to stop doing. Stop telling me that I don't understand something when you're the one who's not familiar with these concepts in the first place.
Yes,
okay?
I am.
No, you're not fucking familiar with
Yes,
it
I
because
am.
all of this information that I'm bringing to you is fucking new.
That's not true. I saw this tweet.
Oh, you saw the tweet. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
I knew this before the fucking tweet. I've known this for years, okay?
I've always known.
You're
Look
not
up
allowed
what
to
I've said.
speak.
Look
You're not
up what
allowed to
I've
speak.
said about China. I always said China is the number one
Yes,
threat to the
what
U.S.
you think
But that's the base, and Russia's
and that's
the
the argument
superstructure.
that I was trying to make. But you also need
No,
one,
you said China's both the base and the superstructure.
No, I did not say any of that.
And that Russia is just peanuts.
I said that you need to study Marxist-Leninist international relations theory, which does incorporate things like base and superstructure.
Geopolitical focus.
And then you need to come back to
The
me.
pivot to Asia has been set back by nearly 10 years because the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
Thank you, Woodburn. And
say that again?
These statements just reinforce Haas's point because it shows the Democrats fumble the primary geopolitical focus. The pivot to Asia has been set back by nearly 10 years because of the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
It hasn't. That's not true. It hasn't.
China, the base, Russia, the superstructure. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Anyway.
It's that simple.
Do you understand what I just said right now? You do. I feel like I've said that before.
What have you said?
Nothing. I'm just a little bit
I think
frustrated.
you're saying China is both the base and the superstructure.
No, those concepts are not comprehensive enough for international relations.
Okay, what's missing?
You need to look at Marxist-Leninist international relations theory.
What does that mean?
You need to fucking study it.
Okay,
you need to study all of the levels and frames of analysis. I'm not going to teach you this. I'm not an international relations professor. You need to learn this information on your own.
Emmanuel Wallerstein was not a Marxist-Leninist.
I'm not talking about Emmanuel Wallerstein. There are several others.
Name one.
No, I'm going to have you look into it on your own. I'm not. You need to actually look at everything. I think that you are to a certain extent because I'm actually very impressed that you mentioned Emmanuel Wallerstein.
Yeah, but that's you know all that stuff, Samir Amin, all that stuff. It's all BS.
It's
not
BS.
Marxist-Leninist. It's not Marxist-Leninist at all.
It's not BS. And I never said that Emmanuel Wallerstein was a Marxist-Leninist. But I do think...
Samir Amin?
Hold on. Can I finish? May I finish? No. I'm not going to give you any examples because I want you to do this on your own. I'm not going to direct you to certain people. You need to do this on your own.
I did. I read Dugin. I understand Dugin.
Okay. We need to have a discussion off stream about this.
Okay. I know what you're going to say too. All right.
What am I going to say?
Something about monotheism.
What?
All right. Look, I know what you're going to say about Dugin. I know what you're going to say about.
What am I going to say about Dugin? What do you think I'm going to say about Dugin?
It's Japan related.
No.
India.
Like, why do you think I'm going to say something about Dugin? Why? I mean, we've had a conversation about Dugin before. Have I ever said anything negative?
Yes.
Like what?
I'm not saying it.
What did I say? You're blushing. You're smiling right now. Because you know I'm right.
No, you're not right. You're
I
not.
am right. I'm always
You're
right.
okay. I'd say something simple. China's the base, Russia's the superstar. You say it's more complicated. Why is it more complicated?
It is more complicated.
Why?
I think that it is more complicated, but I actually think that I am simplifying it and you're making it
Yeah.
overly complex.
No,
I'm
I'm
simplifying it.
simplifying
I
it.
said that China is a multi-domain threat. Russia is not. Period. That's it.
All right. In the base, not the superstructure. Russia.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna.
Doesn't the U.S. talk about Russian interference around the world?
The US also talks more about Chinese debt traps around the world.
Nah, they talk about Russia politically hacking the election, disinformation. Information
Oh,
warfare
God.
is superstructure.
Huh?
The information warfare is superstructure.
Okay, let's hold on 1 second. But what about the debt traps? The so-called debt traps?
Those are just tabloid publicized shit. It's not like the foremost threat to the world peace that they're saying about Russia.
You're saying you don't think that so-called Chinese economic intimidation, that's what they call it, Chinese economic influence around the world, the Belt and Road Initiative, which is part of what they see as the whole debt trap diplomacy, that's not more consequential than Russian information warfare, where like
Samira, your
information
whole
warfare
problem,
goes down everywhere.
yes, it's consequential as the base.
I feel like you're arguing.
You think they're the same thing, they're not.
You're totally arguing just to like flirt right now
No,
because you're
I'm
not making
not.
any sense.
No, I'm not.
Okay, sure.
Why do I need to flirt?
You're smiling
Why do
you're
I
smiling.
need to flirt?
because that's what you always do with me. I do the same thing. I
Oh,
admit.
really?
Mm-hmm.
And why do I need to flirt?
You tell me.
No, you tell me.
But you always do it. I do it too.
I never do it.
What?
Never.
Of course you do.
I've always been straightforward.
I mean, you can be straightforward when you're flirting, right?
I don't hide anything, okay? I'm always direct.
But why do you think I'm saying that you're hiding something?
Because you're saying I'm only doing this to flirt. What do you mean I'm only doing this to flirt?
No, I mean, I feel like this is an intellectual war, and I think that that's part of
Oh,
it.
it's not. I'm just
Mhm.
I'm just asking questions. Holy shit.
Oh, the comments are so funny. Oh, I have so many things to say, but I can't say.
Why?
Why do you think?
Say them. Say whatever you want. I'm not gonna stop
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Do you want me to say everything?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
As long as it's not TOS.
It might be. No, I'm just kidding.
As long as it's not against groups, it's fine.
No, I'm not gonna incriminate us.
I don't care. You can say whatever you want.
Then, you do it.
Do what?
Okay, you're not the only one blushing. I'm blushing too. So
You're the one who brought it up. I don't have anything to hide.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
What?
No, talk.
About what?
You're driving this conversation now, right?
Yeah, I'm saying it's the base and superstructure.
Okay. I concede.
Damn.
You're right about everything. I'm wrong about everything. There you go.
That's all I wanted.
This isn't about politics anymore. Yeah, Oplix is right.
That's such a cope. Holy shit.
What?
That's such a cope. Still about politics.
No, it is still about politics. What was it? No, I don't concede. I'm just,
Why are you so
Sometimes,
awkward?
how am I awkward? I'm not the one who's awkward. You're the one who's blushing.
I'm not blushing. How am I blushing?
You totally are blushing. It's so
No,
funny.
I'm not. I'm
it's
literally
it's
orange
adorable.
because of
I
my
love it.
filter.
You're what?
I'm orange because of my filter. I'm not blushing.
That's not what blushing is.
Okay, Samira, why would I need to blush?
I'm not going to answer that question.
No, answer it.
No.
Would I need to blush?
Yeah, I think so. I am.
Why? Why?
I am.
Yeah, I guess. Is it because I'm
We are
such?
nerds.
Is
Okay,
it
do we
is
look like nerds?
is it because I'm such a mystery?
No, you're attractive.
Yeah, I know, but like, is it because I'm like? Is it because like we just don't know each other that well?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, are you baiting me? You are totally baiting me. Oh
No, I'm
my
not.
gosh.
I'm not. I'm saying we don't know each other that well. You know,
Are
we've
you
like,
sure?
yeah, we met like once.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm not stupid, Huz. I know what you're trying to do.
What am I trying to do?
I'm not going to tell everybody. I'm not going to tell 600 viewers. But if that's what you think, if you think you don't know me well, and you think we have not spent time together, then that's
Yeah, we met
whatever.
for like 5 minutes on stream. That's
Oh,
it.
okay. I mean, even your chat knows that that's fake news. A lot of fake news.
Look, we have a very professional interaction, okay? And we both, there's no need, all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff you're talking about is like, doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 5-minute doggy. That's hilarious.
Why would you read that out? What the fuck?
I mean, it doesn't mean it's true. I'm just reading it out because it's funny, and I knew it would make this a little bit more awkward. um. Well, at least I gave you great content thanks to me. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're loving this. They think it's hilarious. And I'm fine with them laughing at us. But what I do disagree with is the contention that we're nerds. I don't think we're nerds. Do we look like nerds?
Yeah.
How? You're like this alpha, muscular, good looking dude. You don't look like the typical nerd.
Yeah, but like, what else is there to talk about, you know?
I can't wait for our haters to watch and react to this stream.
Why? What would they say?
I mean, do you remember their body language analysis video and how everyone reacted to our stream?
Oh yeah, yeah. When when we did that stream together at the conference,
Yeah.
and Voss was like, "Look how Haas is when he turns his head to Samira, he's posing for the camera
What?
instead of like whispering something to her."
I mean, I guess he's saying that that was an act, but no, it was natural. That's just our chemistry.
Well, to be fair, that was like the first time we met.
Sure.
Was at that conference.
Sure. Say wallah.
So like, I was really nervous, and like I was trying to like impress you and stuff as a first impression and stuff, and like when everyone was saying like, "Oh, Haas fumbled the bag and he's so bad at flirting and shit," like they were all right because that was the first time I had met you, you know, like.
Say wallah.
I was shy, okay? I was really shy.
Fuck up.
I was shy.
At that point, we knew each other pretty well. Let's just say.
No, that was the first time we met, and I was really shy.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Of course. You're not. I I don't. I believe in. I don't. I'm not a haram guy. Okay.
I'm not, you know, a
Yeah.
haram girl or anything either. So, what are you talking about? What are you alluding to, Haz?
I'm just saying. I only talk to women on stream. That's it.
Talk to women on stream. What do you do off stream?
I never talk to any women at all.
So, what do you do besides talking?
What do you mean nothing? I would never do anything more than talking. Are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
I never do anything but talk.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, like I don't even look at women. Are you kidding?
You look at men like Jackson, right?
Of course.
Okay.
It's not haram. It's brotherly.
Okay.
Um,
They're saying I'm making you weak. I don't think so. I think that I fuel your masculinity.
what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean you fuel? What do you the fuck are you talking about?
I think that so extremely feminine women, they sort of embrace that and they like masculine men, so they encourage it.
Yeah.
Whereas masculine women do the opposite. They try to like soyify and betafy men. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why would you need to encourage it if it wasn't a given?
No, I'm yeah, no, you can do that. It is a given, 100%, but I'm also like I love it. Like I embrace it. I think it's awesome.
Honestly, I was very shy around you the whole time, and like I was like fumbling the bag.
Say wallah.
And it's honestly because I don't know how to talk to women.
Say wallah.
I don't know how to interact around them. I'm just
You
too
know
shy.
what?
I'm too
Samira
shy
is
and
the
nervous. I don't know how to interact around.
Samira is the only woman that truly gets you. I agree with that
Oh,
statement.
what are you saying? That Vosh is wrong? Get out of here.
I'm the only female that gets you. 100% true.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The fact that you responded to that laughing and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That means you agree.
I don't agree.
Okay.
No woman understands me.
I do. I totally do.
Really? Really?
Mhm. I get you.
Really?
I get you.
Really?
100%.
Really?
So I would say that you're one of the few dudes to get me.
Alright.
Wouldn't you agree?
Uh,
I do think you get me. Like our first conversation when I slid in your DMs, we vibed.
what?
Yeah, our first
No, I
conversation
mean
when
like we're both like Muslim and stuff. We both understand stuff.
I think that like I think that we have a very similar perspective on things and we have a very similar worldview that's not related to Islam or communism.
What?
Yeah.
That's not. I completely disagree with that.
Okay, well,
John_R tip $3.33.
there's a lot of things that
I'm
you
so
We
happy right
disagree
now,
about a
legit on
lot
God.
of things in terms of
like
how we
what?
see stuff. A
How?
lot.
Really?
A
Because
lot.
until today, we hadn't had like a single
All right,
disagreement.
how about this? I love the sun. I'm a solar guy. I like the sun.
Okay.
You don't.
That's not important. That's not
Yeah, it
important.
is.
I'm
It's
talking
very
about like
important.
important things.
It's very important.
But you also you like the sun, which is tropical, right?
No.
Associated with the tropics.
No.
But then you say you like
That's not
Eurasia,
true.
you like mountains, and you like
That's
cold
not
weather.
true.
I like cold weather.
I like the summer sun in Michigan. I don't like tropical. That's not a real sun. That's fake. I like the summer sun in an Arctic land.
So I agree with you there.
No.
I'm literally telling you I agree with you there, and you just said no.
I'm more of a force of positivity than negativity.
You think I'm negative?
I think you will behead many people in a video game.
What?
And I'll show them mercy.
Okay. Yin and yang.
We disagree about a lot of things.
Not anything significant.
A lot.
Someone was saying, Haas, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
You're right.
You do have a self-sabotage problem.
That's not true.
Oh, it's 100% true. And I could list several examples. But I'm not going to, not on stream.
Oh, name one.
Not on stream. I can do it another time.
Why do you do that? Because when you say that, then you have to say it.
No, I don't.
I've never self-sabotaged anything.
Okay.
Everything has always been with purpose, reason, justification, and flourishment.
Even your chat is saying she so gets Haas. I do.
Chat will say anything.
You're like...
If I was talking to SpongeBob
doing?
SquarePants, they would say SpongeBob gets me. They don't care. They'll just say anything.
Okay. Why are you being mean to me?
I'm just being real.
No, you're being a dick.
How?
You're being a little bit of a dick right now.
How?
I can't explain, but it's just how you're sort of countering everything I'm saying with total nonsense. And you're just doing it to be obnoxious and to put me down. That's fucked up.
That's not true.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true.
Yeah, you do like to disagree for no reason at all.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's just not true.
Fake news.
I just think you like to disagree a lot.
No, that's you. I'm the
No.
one who's trying to find commonalities. I'm the one who's pointing out that we have the same worldview, and then you're just disagreeing for the hell of it. And then you're saying I'm the one who's disagreeing? Fake news.
No, I think we disagree about a lot of things because we disagree all the time.
No, we don't. Rarely.
I think you just bully me because you know, like, I'm like a really shy guy and like I'm really nervous and stuff, and you just like bully me a lot because you know, like I can't really respond because I'm just.
No, I think that you
I'm
know
just
that
blushing.
you have the
just blushing all
power
the time.
in this dynamic between us. I think you know that you have the power in this dynamic between us because I'm submissive and you're abusing it.
No, how?
You are.
No, I'm not.
You sort of
I'm
are.
saying
Come
the
on.
opposite.
Yeah, exactly. Just for the hell of it, just to annoy me, just to be obnoxious. Yeah. What are we even talking about? I've lost track of what we were actually talking about. Chat, do you guys like this conversation or do you like the
you should
geopolitics
listen to this guy
conversation?
Parallax, all right? Parallax said, Samira, I feel you're too much evolved for Haas. He needs to grow up a bit. I think you should listen to that guy.
Wow. Are you rejecting me?
No, I'm saying I think you should listen to that guy because like That guy knows what he's doing. Trust me.
I'm taking that as a rejection.
A rejection
Fucked
of
up.
what?
You're rejecting me. That's fucked up. Self-sabotage. There you go.
Rejecting what?
What was the comment that you read out again? Please read it out again.
That you're too evolved and that I need to grow up. And that's clearly a really like that's like the guy that you need to pay attention to, you know. That guy, he knows what he's doing.
Why? Why not you?
I'm just I don't know, because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to like talk to women at all. Like
You do.
no,
and
I just, you know.
you do it very well.
No, I just
No, you do
look,
it very
how can
well.
the internet be wrong? Are you saying the internet's wrong? Don't say that. Don't say that, okay?
No, I mean
The
I have
internet
my
has
own-
to be right, okay? The internet's right.
No, you have to consider my lived experience. I lived it. I've seen how you talk to girls.
No, you didn't. The internet saw everything. We were
He's
we were
very
in a
smooth,
stream
guys.
together at the CPI conference, and I totally fumbled the bag because I don't know what I'm doing. The internet does. So I think you should start listening to them.
Okay, well, my personal experience says otherwise.
Did you see?
I think you're very smooth.
Oh, really?
You're very
Oh,
smooth.
really? The Twitter comments are wrong? Get out of here. All those people on Twitter are wrong, and you're right?
Okay.
Is that what you're saying? That can't
think,
be. That's literally not possible. How can you say Twitter's wrong? It's not possible.
Sweetheart, my opinion has more value.
Yeah,
Then-
but oh, really? Can your opinion ratio people on Twitter?
It depends if I get a bunch of my followers to
Nah.
like it, but
the likes,
I don't
the
consider.
likes have spoken. Okay.
Okay,
That
I
guy,
don't-
Real Gregorad, and the other people who run the alt accounts of us, that guy is the truth. If you're
Okay.
saying he's wrong, what the fuck? How could he be wrong?
But
Can't
how? Okay, so let's ignore what they're saying. Let's ignore all of the anti-Haas propaganda. I don't care about the anti-Haas
Oh, really?
propaganda.
You're
You care
saying-
way
you're
too
saying
much
the
about the
majority of
anti-Haas
people on Twitter
propaganda.
are wrong about me? Get the fuck out of here. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Everybody knows that it's two holes
Once
Haas.
again,
Everyone knows two holes Haas doesn't know anything. Okay.
once again,
You can't say Twitter's wrong. Don't ever go in public and say they're wrong. Okay.
Hun, listen.
Everyone knows two holes Haas doesn't know anything.
Listen, sweetheart.
You can't say that Twitter's wrong. You can't.
Fuck Twitter.
He didn't even know how many holes.
Again, you're self-sabotaging. And I'm not. Hold on one second. I just got a text. I know, Jackson, he's trolling me. I'm playing along, okay?
What the fuck did he text you? What did he text you?
Okay. I was gonna make a funny point. I'm literally playing along, Jackson. Did you not get that? What the fuck, Jackson? I had no idea he was on this thing.
Jackson,
I'm like embarrassed now. Oh my god.
why don't you get on?
Yeah, Jackson, can you come on? I'm dying. I can't. This is too funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it's kind of fucked up to say Twitter's wrong. That's all I'm saying. And Vosh, yeah, you
I can't believe Jackson felt the need to tell me that you were trolling. Of course I know you're trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Jackson, you know me better
I'm not
than
trolling. You can't just go on the internet and say, "Oh yeah, Vosh is wrong about Haas." Like that guy has way more subscribers than me. He's got to be. Are you saying Destiny's wrong about me? Come on, he's got way more
that.
subscribers.
Who's Destiny?
He's that guy on Twitch. Let me look him up. I'll show you right now on stream. He's that guy on Twitch. Let me see. Destiny.
Jackson's
here it
coming
is.
on in 5 minutes.
I can't find him on Twitch anymore. I don't know why, but yeah, I can't find him on Twitch. But
Jackson totally threw me off. I was actually playing along really well. Come on, man.
look, all I'm saying is that I just don't think you should contradict all those people. I just don't.
Okay.
You know, it's like
Do you still have the position that, we don't know each other very well and we met for
yeah,
5 minutes?
we don't.
Okay.
We only met for like 5. Everyone saw that stream where like
Actually,
do you
that wasn't
remember
even
where I
me.
was pathetically trying to like say that I was taller than I was in front of you?
Okay.
And I was so insecure.
Once again,
I was
you're
so insecure about my height.
self-sabotaging, and
Okay,
I'm
admit I
protecting
was.
your optics.
All right, admit I was so insecure about my height the whole time. Admit that.
No, I'm not going to.
Why?
Because you're self-sabotaging, and I will not be complicit.
Okay, wasn't I insecure about like my beard and shit?
No,
Really?
you were not.
And what about my ears? Wasn't I insecure about my ears?
Not at all.
Yeah, get out of here. Freaking tankies.
See? I mean, you're hilarious. Stop.
All right, the whole time, you do have to admit the whole time, like, I was really, like, oblivious when we were streaming and stuff. Like, I just don't know how to talk to women, you know? I just don't know how.
You were oblivious to my advances?
In everything. Like, yeah, I just
No,
have...
that's a very
Look,
specific
if those
question.
guys on Twitter were in my shoes, they would have, like, wow. They would have done way better. Because they would have succeeded where I failed.
Oh my gosh, Oz.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I don't know what you want me to reveal, but this
don't
trolling,
reveal-
like
what do you
I
mean?
know what you're doing.
No, what am I doing?
You're making it obvious that, and you're doing it on purpose because you're trolling, that there's something to reveal.
There's nothing to... What are you talking about?
Okay. Say wallah.
Okay, now you were saying you want to reveal something.
Well done, Haz. Well played.
All right, what do you want to reveal? Go ahead.
I don't know. I have nothing right now.
All right, I'll do it right now. Ready?
Sure.
Me and Samira, we traded Pokemon cards.
Well done. Finally.
I didn't
Took
want to
that long.
reveal it. I didn't want to reveal anything, but like, that's just the truth. Happy? Why are you laughing?
I'm not. You're imagining things.
Someone banned Sorev indeed. Ban him for 2 days.
Call Jackson.
All right. Is he in the show queue?
Jackson, get in the show queue.
we were hiding it the whole time, but like, yeah, I had a Pikachu and you had a Charizard, and they were limited edition cards, and we traded them. It was a bad deal. I gave her the card, and then that's it. It's literally it. I don't know what else the chat was thinking or anything, but like, that's literally it. Okay.
Sure.
I don't know what the fuck chat's thinking, like, but that's it. And a lot of people think like, oh yeah, Haas doesn't play Pokemon because it's for nerds and stuff. Well, I do. There you go.
Name 10 Pokemons.
That's so easy. Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, Jigglypuff, Mewtwo, Mew. How many was that?
Like 5.
Raichu, 6. Squirtle, 7. Charmander, 8. Damn! That was easy.
Is Jackson?
He's not in
Yeah.
Shokyu yet.
Jackson, get in show queue. Let's not talk about politics when Jackson comes on. Let's just talk about
What? What else could we talk about?
fun shit. Let's talk about fun things. I'm burnt out from politics. Only talk about sexual tension.
Huh?
Podcast sneak peek. There you go. This is great promotion for our podcast.
Tell me when Jackson's in Shokyu.
How the fuck do I do that? I don't know anything about this shit.
Yeah.
Paz, are you still blushing? Is that why you can't speak right now?
No, I'm looking at something.
How long were we arguing for?
A very long time.
Yeah.
Anonymous tipped $3.33. Wow, I didn't know you liked trading cards. Would you guys be open to trading cards with other people?
Where is Jackson? All right, Haas, talk to me. Tell me
he's
how
in
you
Shokyu.
really feel.
He's in
Okay, there you
Shokyu.
go.
Yo, Jackson, what up?
Hey.
1 second. Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, so when did you tune in? Did you tune
Why
in
is
for
this
our...
so quiet? 1 second.
It's not
Why
quiet.
is this so quiet?
Can hear you well.
Hello? 1 second. How do I turn the speaker on?
Yeah. It's on.
This is literally the dumbest thing I've ever experienced. Change audio. Bro. Am I gonna have to like talk into it like a cell phone?
Yeah, that's how I'm talking into it. And I have
What?
I have Twitch open on my computer, and I'm talking into my cell phone.
That's so silly.
Yeah, so all I was saying was Samira's trying to like do this thing where she's basically trying to like rile up Twitter, right?
Samira literally just got trolled so hard.
I knew he was trolling. I was playing along.
Yeah, sure.
How was I trolling?
Jackson.
How was I trolling?
Oh gosh.
All
Okay, so
hail
Jackson,
George Soros.
did you
In case the hot tubs. All hail George Soros. Listen, all I gotta
when
say
did you
is,
tune in? When did you tune in? Did you hear our debate?
no.
Oh, okay. So he tuned in at the wrong time. Okay.
No, we were arguing about India and China.
No, we were arguing about China and Russia. But I don't want to talk about politics with Jackson. Please. Can we talk about normal shit? Like 3 normal friends?
Why? I'm like the sickest person to talk about politics with.
The thing is, I'm so burnt out, I can't do it anymore. And I feel like we're more fun when we talk about things other than politics.
It's just because you're not on your Sigma male grind set.
I am not a male.
Isn't that
Can we really define
Yeah,
what
isn't that
male
kind
and
of
female
yikes?
are anyways?
Isn't it kind of yikesy to put parameters? Let's stay away from that conversation, okay? Because parameters around gender is kind of like toxic a little bit.
If we can really define these things.
Jackson, how was your night?
Bro, you're trying to expose me right now. I don't know what's...
What? I didn't say anything.
What?
I'm just asking how was your night?
It was good.
Okay, cool. I don't know what fumbling the bag means. What the fuck does that even mean? Okay, I don't know this Zoomer language.
Did someone say you're fumbling the bag?
No, someone said it about you.
Someone said it about... whoever that is, ban them.
I'm Googling it. Hold on, I have to go to an Urban Dictionary. I always forget that I'm the only millennial in this trio.
What was the chat? I can't see the chat. What did they say? What did they say?
Someone said you were fumbling the bag on Hawes's behalf.
Who was fumbling the bag?
LETSGOOO.
Thank you, Der. Who is fumbling the bag? Hello?
Oh, on Hawes's behalf. Now I know what it means.
What's going on?
What that means?
Who is fumbling the bag?
No, someone in the chat said that Jackson was fumbling the bag on Hawes's behalf, and I said I don't know what that means. So stop using this Zoomer language in chat, because please respect the fact that there's a millennial in the group. Okay,
an old person.
Yeah.
That's such an asshole.
Ah, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Holy shit.
What?
Where are you?
I just had a spider on me.
Oh.
Ew, what the fuck? I didn't know spiders exist in California. I've never seen one. I didn't see any bugs in California, not one.
Hey.
Hello, is this called death?
Usually the bugs in California, usually they're on people and not on the streets, you know?
Alright, this is what we're going to talk about. Jackson. LA girls versus Austin.
LA girls.
That's not even a comparison.
Yeah. So my birthday is on May 28th, Memorial Day weekend.
You're getting older?
Yeah, because I'm so old. You and Haj should come out to New York City.
I will if I'm not going to Turkey.
Who are you going to Turkey with, Haz?
I'm going.
Yeah, Jackson.
Okay.
I'm going to Turkey and then I'm going to Syria. Listen, I heard what you guys said about
Boys
me earlier.
only trip.
You're like Jackson's cool and all, but he's not Muslim and stuff. I heard
That's
that.
not what I said, you motherfucker.
He said, oh my gosh.
No, I heard it. I heard it.
Haz, boys only trip?
Yeah, boys only.
Oh, okay.
I think this is, boys only, of course. I know, I heard it.
Wow. Okay, I am leaving.
Wait, blame
this fucking
Samira.
call.
Don't blame me. I was the good one.
What?
Yeah, I said what I said specifically, and I quote, I don't do that race card shit because Jackson's better than any Muslim I know. And then you got mad because
You
said
said that
no.
you never had a Muslim ally like Jackson, and then I got offense. I got offended by that. I took offense to that. But I'm now taking offense. Wow, this trio is breaking up. I am leaving
You
the
guys,
trio.
you guys, fuck Turkey. Let's go to Dubai.
Uh,
Hezbollah is there.
if
Hezbollah's
I don't have
in
to pay
Dagestan.
anything, I'll go to Dubai.
Dubai.
Only if
No,
I
it's
don't
a.
have to, if I don't have to pay anything, I'll go.
But you think this is some like free like rodeo? What do you think is going on here?
Why the fuck? Who has money for Dubai? None of us.
Who's paying for you to go? Is you getting some stipend from Kadyrov now? Like, what's good?
Yeah.
Clue me in on it.
Samira said she would pay for the whole trip.
Really?
No, I'm not going. I'm not going. I've exited this trio. I'm no longer part of this
Maybe
trio.
I can make a quick call to Putin and we can work something out.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is,
The thing is, I associate New York with darkness. Like I think of gray, black.
yeah, same. But I kind of like the new. I watched that movie Uncut Gems, and I kind of want to go to New York.
So can you just come Memorial Day weekend? Pull a calendar out.
I got to get in the right mood for it if I'm going to go to New York. You know.
It's my birthday.
Yeah. But like, would I really be coming out for your birthday, or would I be going out to go to New York?
Both.
Exactly. So I have to get in the mood for it.
I think I would be. I'm going to Turkey very soon.
Really? Yeah. I heard you say that once.
It actually is probably going to be next month. It's going to be as soon as possible.
Really?
As soon as I can.
Did you
I'm going to
get
get my
your passport
passport.
yet?
I'm getting my passport. I'm just going to fucking go.
Asshole.
Why am I an asshole?
Nothing.
Why?
Um,
Because it's a
it's
boys
fucked up.
only
You guys
trip.
aren't going to my birthday. You're not coming. I thought I was your friend. I thought
I'll
I was
go
an
on
important
Zoom.
part
I'll go on
of
Zoom.
this trio. No, fuck Zoom.
In person, it's kind of like haram.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'll meet you on Omegle and we can have like an Omegle birthday bash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like I'll kick you. Don't worry. Like I'll message you on Kick. I'll say happy birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Look, in person, did you know that according the saying goes that when a man and a woman are in a room together, the devil's the third.
Damn. I don't know. I'm not Muslim. I can't speak to that. But what I will say is sometimes when I look at, I just saw this plane fly by. Sometimes when I look at helicopters in the sky, like I saw this helicopter today. Well, after I did this VR like escape room zombie killing video game, and then I saw this helicopter, and I was like, to be honest, sometimes when I see helicopters flying, I'm like, I don't think that's real. I think we live in a simulation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the simulation thing. Wait, you don't think helicopters are real?
I definitely have questions about them.
Oh my gosh, can you not?
Airplanes are way more stupid than helicopters. Helicopters make sense. Airplanes don't.
Yo.
If you
Come on.
And dinosaurs make more sense than helicopters.
That's stupid. Wait, do you actually believe in T-Rexes?
I believe in dinosaurs. Bro, no.
So you actually think it was?
No.
You actually think that thing was running around?
Hold up, it's a case of the hot tubs. I got to turn the bubbles back on. I think that, listen, remember when you're like little and you get those little sandbox toys where you can you can like be the grave digger for like the dinosaurs, and they give you the little toys, and you dig out the dinosaur. Like that for sure happened with some people with dinosaurs, because listen, they have the dinosaur bones in the museums.
All right, you
No,
guys
they
have
don't.
fun. I'm out.
Yes, they do.
Why are you
Peace.
why are you leaving, Samir?
Because your chat doesn't want me here.
That's
It's a
not
boys
true.
only
Stop.
conversation.
That's not true.
There's dinosaur bones in
Tell me,
museums.
all right, Samir, tell me in chat.
Oz.
Yeah.
There's dinosaur bones in museums. I've seen them.
Those are not bones, those are stones.
No, they're literally
No.
fossils.
Those aren't bones.
But
Those
how
are
do you create
imprints.
fossils?
They're imprints
How do you create fossils?
through
What?
implanting things in stones.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be back.
No, listen. What do you need?
God.
Haas, what do you need to make the implants of the fossil?
You
That
can
are shaped
have,
like bones.
you can make anything. Jackson, just forget about that.
No. Listen,
Forget that. Forget that. Forget
this
that.
is-
Are you
this is
telling
like-
me
This is the first time we're debating, and
All
you're
right.
getting wrecked right now.
No, I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna pull it up.
No.
All chat
No.
is gonna see this.
No,
Chat's
listen,
gonna see it.
You're getting wrecked.
Chat's
I can't
gonna
even
see it.
this.
Chat's gonna see what you
playing at
believe
an
in.
unfair advantage right now.
Chat is gonna believe.
listen,
they're gonna see what you believe in.
I can't even see the screen, and you're still getting wrecked.
No,
Pause.
chat is gonna see your belief.
Yeah, you're gonna put up some like Barney and me photo or something.
So
like
you
that.
think this shit was running around? You think this was running around? That's what you think.
We got Barney on the screen. Okay, good one, Hoss.
No.
We've seen that one before. Listen. My question to you is, you say that, okay, so those are not bones, they're fossils. And I said, what are the fossils made with? And you said you have implants of some kind. So what is the thing that is making the implant that looks like the bone that is a fossil? What would we call that?
You're still avoiding the question. Do you believe this
You're
thing?
avoiding the question. I asked the question to you, and you
All
haven't
right, all
responded
right.
yet.
It could have been anything.
It could have been what?
A man can be sitting and tinkering and carving that shit himself. Yeah? Now answer my question. Do you truly believe this shit was running around?
I can't see the shit. I'm just laughing so hard right now because you said the man's carving out structures of fucking bones and shit. That's hilarious.
So
okay.
you think this? All right, let's check another one. Let's check some other evidence.
No. So I have another question.
No, I want you to tell me that in LA, when you looked out the window, you're in LA and you're looking out the window, right? Right? Look out your window.
Sure.
And you're in LA.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long ago was it? 65 million years ago. You're in LA and you look out the window and you're saying you would just see this outside of the window. You would just see this.
I can't see your screen,
But
dude.
that's what you're saying. It's ridiculous.
Let me tell you why it's not ridiculous, okay? Because all you have to do is look at these crazy creatures that are all in the ocean today, and like in lakes, like these crazy fish, these crazy like amphibious, like weird animals and stuff, and some of them are massive, some of them are just like disgusting looking, and like it's not that hard to hello?
Listen.
It's not that hard to extrapolate that, like, yes, like there could have been.
You're saying because
No, listen. I'm not even done yet. It's not that hard to extrapolate that, yes, because there are these things that still look like dinosaurs today, that there were more dinosaurs previously, when we know that like 99% of all species have already been like wiped out.
All right, so what you're saying, and I'm gonna quote you here. What you're basically trying to say is
This is a paraphrase.
Because whales exist. Because
Paraphrase.
whales exist. This shit.
I didn't say whales. You're paraphrasing. Actually, you're manipulating my words. You're not even paraphrasing my words now.
You're saying because dolphins exist, then this shit was outside in LA? Imagine this was running around downtown LA. Go ahead, defend that.
I thought you were a better debater, Oz. Listen, that was the worst argument I've ever heard. And I'll also say that I'll never forget this. When I was in elementary school,
Imagine you're at Starbucks and that this is outside, and that's what you believe.
When I was in elementary school, there was a development project 3 blocks down from my school, and they unearthed a massive whale, a blue whale fossil, but it was like enmeshed into the ground and stuff. So we had to excavate the fossil of the whale from the ground that was brought to our school. And they had all these, it was like free child labor. They had like all these like first graders excavating this stuff with the scientists from our local community and stuff. But like that's actually what happened with dinosaurs. There weren't like weird guys etching bone structures of T-Rexes that eventually found their way into museums. You're literally
but
insane.
the difference is whales still exist, do they not?
Okay, so that is irrelevant to the question.
No, because whales exist. Okay, have you ever excavated a T-Rex?
Have you ever do you deny that do you deny that species go extinct?
I do deny that.
You deny
never
that
happened.
species go extinct. It's never happened once.
Never.
You're living in a fantasy land. There's been countless species.
I
that have
live
gone
in a
extinct
fantasy land, and you believe in this?
Yes, from the time that you were born until today, there's been countless species that have gone extinct.
Not even one.
Yep.
Name one.
The Death Valley. It's some sort of a Death Valley rat or mouse or something like that. But I remember
that's
that
in my backyard. That's not extinct. All they did was migrate. No.
It's a different type of species, you idiot. You think that
all it did
rats
is
are
migrate.
Hey, do you think that all birds are the same too? And do we think that all fish are the same now also?
Of course.
What if you hunt a species to extinction because that happens and then some species are overpopulated?
Then God puts them back.
God isn't real.
Oh my God.
I don't even think you're gonna fight me on this one. Like, I've talked to you about God before.
All right, who created the universe?
I don't know. I can't say that definitively.
So God isn't real, but this is real on screen right now?
There's not enough. You're right. You're right. I'll be more generous to you now. There's not enough or any evidence I've seen that suggests that there is a God. And the same could be said about your argument as well. There's not enough proof that any one entity or multiple entities or
Charmhole said he talked to him. Charmhole said he talked to him and saw him in person.
Yeah, and that's actually a conflicting belief for me because I am an American patriot. I am an anti-imperialist. I'm also a Charmhole Leninist.
Exactly. So how could you say something so ridiculous?
I don't know, but the fact that you don't believe in dinosaurs literally had me KEKWing in chat.
All right, so you're saying, so you're saying 65 million years ago, this is what happened. On screen.
I don't even know if I can have this conversation with you because I don't know if you believe in 65 million years ago. I don't know if you.
I don't think I do.
Yeah, so we're starting the.
All right, okay. What's your evidence the Earth is 65 million years old?
Fossil records.
Fossil records?
Fossil records, which you claim to be little men etching sculptures.
Of course, that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. These men who had those fucking monocles on, and they were just sitting there it
was like a bunch of Waluigi's like etching sculptures out of like coal, right?
Yeah, like artists.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, all right. Can you just be honest?
Do you believe in like sedimentary rocks and stuff? Do you believe in, or do you only believe like in igneous rocks?
I don't believe in any rocks.
What do you mean?
The only ones that are real are the ones outside. All the rest are made up. But
so you don't think that there's like more than one type of rock?
No, rock's a rock. They can't talk. They can't walk. Can't do anything.
Do you think that trees can talk to each other? Like, do you think that trees like interact with one another and stuff for like resources and like nutrients and stuff like that, and water?
No.
Through complex root systems.
Listen, trees.
You don't think mangroves do that? Mangroves?
Can you look at this picture and justify this?
I can't. Their root systems are all connected, Oz. How can you say that?
Look. They're connected how? Have you seen it yourself?
Yes, I've been to the mangroves. I swam with the manatees in Florida. They're beautiful. They're like
Where
they're
do
like
manatees have to do with trees?
because the manatees go by the mangroves, Haas, and that's where I saw them in
What the
Naples.
fuck is the mango?
A manatee. A mangrove. A mangrove. You don't even know what it is that I'm talking about, the type of tree I'm talking about. Mangroves.
Manatees are in the fucking water.
Manatees are in the water. Mangroves are also in the water, yes. You don't even know the type
I'm
of
looking
tree.
it up. That's not a tree. That's a fucking. That's a disaster. What it is. The fuck is that? It's not a tree. That's just a bunch of fucking shit. It's a bush. What kind of tree is that?
Bro, mangroves are actually so important.
All right, so you say you've seen. Yeah, that's not a tree. Okay. Second of all, have you ever
lying.
seen this in your life? Just tell me.
You're lying.
Open the stream and tell me you saw this.
Pause, infrared exposed, lying
All
about
right,
trees.
so you don't even know about the pyramids in Bosnia.
Bro, you don't even know about these nuts.
All right, so let me tell you something. You know about this?
I can't see shit. I can't see shit. I can't see shit. I
Yeah,
can't see
exactly. You don't know anything about this.
Shit. I can't see shit.
There's pyramids in Bosnia. But you think
Bosnia?
that you believe in this instead.
Okay, well, Bosnia.
Look
Is
at-
Bosnia relevant? Could most Americans point to Bosnia on a map? I don't think so. Is it relevant?
Look.
Okay, let me look at it. Okay, let me look at it. One second. I can't hear you though. But, let me look at it.
All right.
All right, I'm looking at it. I'm back. Honestly, the angle of the photo kind of throws me off. It very well might be a pyramid, but also is it a hill?
No, that's a pyramid.
Is it Kim Iverson, Ryan Grimm on the hill? Like, is it hills or is it pyramids? I don't know.
It's a fucking pyramid, and Kyle Kulinski and Cristobal climbed to the top, and they climaxed it.
Is it Madison Cawthorn exposing coke and orgies on the DC Capitol Hill, or is it a pyramid? I don't know.
Look. Let's just say
I win.
this pyramid was
yeah,
climaxed. Okay. The climax of this pyramid right here on top.
Took too long. You took too long for the comeback. Okay, so I've beaten you in how many debates already tonight? I don't even know how many debates.
Listen, at the end of the day, you believe in this. How do you win when you? But no, you lose because you believe in this.
Dinosaurs, helicopters.
You've
hills,
never justified this. You've never justified that this was real.
The burden of proof is on you.
No, you had. Okay, you really think that this thing was running around?
I think Barney was real.
Do you think this thing was running around? Yes or no?
I don't know what to make of this world. Today I was in Hollywood and I saw Michael Jordan in a full Bulls jersey and he was throwing a basketball at me. And I saw SpongeBob SquarePants running around trying to give me a high five, and I ran away from him. I yelled at him, actually. I was like, get the, away from me. But I don't know what I think of this world.
Yeah, and you know what okay. And in the clubs of LA, I saw Shrek.
You saw Shrek in LA? I see Shrek in LA every night I go out here. But I see more of them in Austin.
No, in Austin, I saw Fiona.
That was kind of mean. Like, those girls have feelings. They have like siblings and parents and stuff.
It's a compliment. Are you kidding? Fiona's like my type.
That's actually true. You're on that SWAT team level of Sigma grind set.
Bro, my favorite thing was when...
Oh my god.
No.
Pause. When you did the silent stream, I was sending you the most out-of-pocket things. Like, all the out-of-pocket... Well, okay, I actually stopped after a while, but no cap, I probably sent you like $70.
Did you?
But like... Yeah, but like...
What did you say your name was?
You don't even want to know, but like, I sent you... I sent you once that was so funny.
What the fuck? I did not know you were even. What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, were you
I
the
was out.
guy who asked for a refund? Because I gave that guy all his money back.
Who?
There was this guy who donated a shit ton, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got carried away. Now my money back."
He asked you for his money back.
Yeah, and I felt bad, so I gave it back.
I guess that's probably the right thing to do.
But
Um,
I remember. I'm never gonna forget the time you called me once, and you're like, "Yo, Haas, I understand the SWAT team thing now." And I'm like, "Damn, everyone comes around." So I came to LA.
no, I'm not on it anymore. That was like a phase.
And then you showed me what you considered the SWAT team. And bruh, that was the
That was a
fuck. That was a mall cop, bruh. What the fuck? That was not the SWAT team.
that was a phase.
That
I'm back.
wasn't the SWAT team. That was a mall cop. What are you talking about?
I met a bunch of Australian girls the other night, and they were essentially like how do I describe it? What would be the antithesis of SWAT team?
Oh no, that the the whole monster.
No, that sounds creepy. You can't say that.
The fucking the fucking mall cop.
They were finer than mall cops. Like there were some birds with me, but like they were definitely the antithesis of SWAT team.
So you're really on that shit.
Yeah.
I could never understand that. And
It's all
then,
about the face. It's all about the face.
damn. I will admit something to you. There is a charm to LA, but it don't work with me.
It's all about the face, unless of course you've got something, like you've got something that like I care deeply about. Like, like if I'm gonna like bust out like courtside like Lakers tickets for you, like, and like you don't got a face, like you got to mean something to me, you know.
Bro, tell us about the fucking private jet.
What?
Tell us about the fucking private jet.
I don't fly private jets.
Bro, how many lies do we tell girls in LA?
You should. Oh my god.
Bro, but someone explained it to me so perfectly, and it's literally the truth. It's all about making fake plans. Thank you, Nikita Liga. Appreciate you, man. It's all about making fake plans just to like if you tell them, this is what I said, it's like, yeah, you tell them like, oh yeah, we got a yacht, and then they'll go tell their friends to impress their friends.
Bro, I actually pulled
Yeah.
through last night. I said, you guys will dig this. You
But
guys will
then
dig
you
this
meet
story.
up at Denny's and you're like, oh, the yacht's gone. But then they're there. They're not gonna make new plans. So that's
No,
it.
no, no. Listen to this.
So I
So
said,
I met all these Australian girls like 3 nights ago, and then like I showed them good time, whatever, and then they were leaving for Vegas today, and they wanted to do something fun. So I was like, last night I was like, all right, like let's go to the best club in LA, and it was the one that Julia took us to, and we were at that one table I told you about.
which one? Was
The
that like
one
the
with
night before I left?
the one with the boxer.
Oh,
Yeah, so we went to that same place, and these girls, they were so annoying. They weren't even gonna come because they're like, we have a flight at 8 a.m. and I'm like, no, like trust, it's gonna be fun.
bro, what the
And
fuck? That gives me deja vu.
no, listen. So then I was like, okay, whatever. I don't care if you guys come, just don't come. So then when I said that, then they magically wanted to come, and then they texted me. They had the audacity to text me, and they're like, are there gonna be celebrities there? But they said in their Australian accents. And I'm like, I didn't even respond to that. I was just like, bruh. And then they come, and so I'm walking in with seven girls, and they're all dimes, and really fun, sweet girls. And like we walk in, and like we're at like the most poppin' club in LA, and all these guys are just like dabbing me up and stuff. And then this one guy dabs me up, and he sees that I have all of them, and he invites me to his table. It's FaZe Banks' table. So we like pull up at FaZe Banks' table for the night, and I was just like, "Yo, what the fuck,
Bro,
so
fucking
that place is a spot."
Yo, what is up with girls in LA who are about to leave at 6 a.m. for their flight? Because that happened before. That wasn't the first time.
So that's actually something that I was thinking about when you said Austin girls or LA girls, because I was thinking, well, LA is like international girls, but that comes with its problems. You know, some of them don't speak English. Some of them got flights in the morning. You know, it comes
Why
with
do
its
they all
problems.
got flights in the morning?
They all got, yeah, they all do have flights in the
Well,
morning.
they don't, but it's happened before. So weird. And they're still like out. It's like, go to sleep. Why are you still even out?
But listen to this. One of them I convinced to come back to LA early. She was supposed to go to New York, and I said, New York is gross. New York is dark and gray.
Yeah.
It's the most smelly, gross city in all of in all of the country. It's even worse than LA. And I'm like, just come back to LA.
Damn. Really lied to them.
What? No, have you been to New York?
No, but I feel like it's better.
Okay, people in chat, tell Haas how absolutely rank
LA's
the
only
streets.
good because of like Santa Monica and shit. With, like,
Wait, no, chat. Tell him how rank the streets of New York smell. This, you guys, this was so funny when we'd go walking around the streets of LA. Like, it obviously downtown, it smells.
Samira, get back in VC. What is wrong with you?
It smells absolutely horrendous on the streets of DC, but or on LA rather. But Haas, like, you know, normal people just kind of walk through it, hold their breath. Haas would literally like choke, and he'd be like, like when he'd be. It sounded like he's like taking. Sounded like he was taking one down when he'd be walking through these smelly airs. I'd be like, bro, chill, pause.
Bro, I'm used to living in clean land. Downtown LA's Temple Run. Bro, listen, the biggest problem in LA is when I got those fucking scooters in downtown LA. You know how I comb my hair in the forward? So whenever I'd fucking go on the scooter, it'd all fly back, right? Everything would get ruined. As soon as I get my hair transplant, I'm going to LA and I'm going on those scooters in the free wind.
Bro, you're so random. You're so random and out of pocket for that, because like you'd rather go all the way to Turkey so you can solve this problem, when I'm like, Hus, just wear a hat, and you're like, no.
Hell no.
No. You're like, it's fine.
I'm not not a hat wearer. I don't wear hats.
I wear hats. Like, we go Kingdom Nutrition. We go hats like almost every day. I got bedheads after long nights. You know, Australians and stuff like that. And then we got to go get the coffees in the morning, and then we just throw on the hats.
That's like the people who are like, yo, Haas, just wear a wig. Why would I wear a wig?
No, you're not Ryan Grimm. I'm not saying wear a wig. I'm just saying wear a hat.
No, the problem with hats is you can't take them off. Bro, let me ask you a question. Have you ever pulled in a hat?
Huh.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like it's not possible.
But let me tell you something else. Well, I guess that's kind of not relevant. But yeah, no, of course.
Really? In a hat?
Yeah.
I feel like when you put on the hat, you become undercover and invisible. You just become a background character.
That's the thing, though. It's about the layers. It's about the layers, right? Like, you want. Like, think about it. Think about it. Like, it's about the layers. Like, do I walk around shirtless? No. Like, I want my girls to get excited when they see the six pack. Like, I don't want them to like see everything all up front. It's about the layers. It's about the curiosity is what it's about, you know?
Bro, I actually miss that fucking place. What the
I'm
fuck
moving.
is it called? Oh, you're moving?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, I had a Fed up in my building.
What the fuck happened? Oh, that. Yeah, I know about that.
So I'm moving.
That was so weird. You want to tell them about that or no? Because they're probably watching. But where are you moving?
I'm moving to I don't know yet, but I mean I'm staying in LA. I go back and forth. I was looking at a few places. Like I was looking at Nashville. I was looking at like Dallas and Austin, and
Bro, listen,
I'm
this summer, we're definitely taking a trip somewhere because we're not going to TwitchCon EU because we're gonna die. We're not going to TwitchCon EU, and
let's go
Turkey's
to
gonna be
Moscow.
uh
Bro, I straight up I ripped Moscow Tinder for a week, and I met all these baddies, and I told them I was coming out in like 2 weeks, and then the war started, and then they're like, are you sure you're still coming out? Then I'm like, nah, like I'm not coming out right now. Obviously, like you guys are at war, and but I bet I added them all on Instagram. I probably got like 9 of them, and so I'm like, it's actually such a good start to my day because of the time zone difference. So like I'll message them at night when they're like having their day and like going around, they're posting their fits and stuff, and I'll message them some stuff, and then I wake up in the morning and I have like all these messages from these like Moscow girls, but they all want us to cruise, like
yeah,
they want
no,
it.
Moscow would be a lot of fun, um, but it would be very expensive, right?
But listen to this.
And
I,
you
I,
know, and
I didn't hear what you just said. I didn't hear what you just say.
it'd be expensive,
It's what?
expensive.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, living in LA is expensive too.
Yeah, I honestly think if we do a trip like I think we should do a trip with a boat this summer.
Sounds horrendous.
Why? Like a lake.
Uh, oh,
Like Smoky Mountains or something. Well, that
you want
doesn't have a beach, but
you know what I want to do?
what?
I want to go down to you can go down to like Baja and you can like swim with those whale sharks. I want to do that.
Baja?
Yeah.
Actually, don't tell them details, but we might actually make I might be able to make Cuba possible.
Really?
Yeah, I have connections.
I would die and go to heaven if I could. I've ever since I know, well, ever since I watched Ana de Armas in the new James Bond movie when they go to Cuba, I'm like that's like a move straight up. Like
Yeah,
I need to make
it's
that.
gonna be a different experience.
You don't think we
100.
could get like Ana de Armas there?
No, bro. That's a fucking
Bro,
movie, bro. But
bro, we'll go,
well,
we'll go to
listen,
we'll go to Havana. We'll go to Havana, and I'll rip on Raya and Tinder and stuff, and then like we'll try to
bro.
we'll
They
try
don't
to
use. I don't think they use Tinder, bro. You gotta.
they use
Cuba.
Raya.
Cuba's not like an internet place. It's gonna be a place where you go and you're not gonna be Ubering. You're not gonna be using your apps. You're not gonna be Uber Eats. You're not gonna do. It's all gonna be like.
Communism must suck then.
That's, bro, but there is a charm to it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying it's different. It's not like that connected. You know.
Is it like charmhole Leninism? It's not like Marxism.
I'm serious. We can make Cuba happen.
Yeah, no, I'm serious too.
The only issue is I don't know if I could stream it.
You what?
I don't know
Bro,
if I could
no,
stream it.
listen. I was at the Defeat the Mandates protest yesterday in LA, and that kid from PragerU, he's literally like he's actually he looks like such a douchebag, like even bigger than me. And I think he was the kid that did that Cuba PragerU video.
Yeah.
And no, but what I'm saying is, have you seen that video?
No.
It's so funny.
They're probably just gonna be like, Cuba is a shithole. It's the worst place in the world.
No. So
There.
that's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
video's hilarious. Midwestern Marks Eddie, he reacted to it. I reacted to it. What I'm saying is, like, we should make a spoof of that video when we go to Cuba.
Yeah, Cuba would be fun, but I'm telling you, it would be different, and it would take some getting. It's like it'd be like an acquired taste type of thing, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of excited for Moscow though.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to this summer.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
I
but
think it'd be kind of hard to go. Also, like maybe in the wintertime, go like fitted like Floyd Mayweather, in Moscow. You know that picture? It's like he's all
Florida's
iced out.
always the last resort, but it's kind of boring. It's kind of basic, you know.
What? I said Floyd. I said Floyd Mayweather.
No, I know, but Florida's also in the cards.
Floyd Mayweather,
I know what you said. Now I'm saying this.
a boxer.
Oh my god. I know you
That
mean Floyd.
the iced out picture of him boxing, or he wasn't boxing. He was just like in Moscow, snowy, iced
I
out drip.
know. I know. Holy shit. If
Listen,
Moscow doesn't work, what would be the alternative? Should I just
the
go back to LA for the summer?
no. The
I don't want. I don't want.
the alternative to Moscow would be like we straight up this has been my dream for a while. This has been my dream for a while. Well, oh my god, this fits perfectly into the narrative, right? This is gonna be a new arc. So I just like I absolutely ripped through like Narcos season 1 and 2 in a matter of like 2 weeks one
Mexico?
time. No. We go Colombia. I got connections in Colombia. You know Ronnie Smooth, like we got connections in Colombia. We run up Colombia, Medellin, and then we hit up what's that one dude's name in Argentina? Argentina. I got a bunch of girls in Argentina too. I ripped that on Tinder.
I actually think Colombia would be fun. Not gonna lie.
Palermo, Hollywood, and Buenos Aires.
If we get a good beach, any good beach will be fun. But it's gonna be more fun there because things will be cheaper.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. I say we
think
do
it would.
that.
Yeah, I think it would.
Colombia, Argentina, and then I've also got people in Brazil. We could go. I
feel like I should go to Brazil because it's so different, you know?
When we go to all these places, we should interview like the leading politicians, and we should interview them and stuff.
Yeah.
We'll tell them we're like UN diplomats and we're interviewing them or something. We'll see how it goes. You know?
Bro, you're the master of like bullshitting to fucking strangers.
There's one other thing I had to tell you, but now I'm forgetting.
Was it about vacations?
No, but I am moving.
It's in LA, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in LA.
Why though?
I love this building I'm at, but like,
No, why LA though? Why are you staying in LA?
oh, why? Bro, I mean, it's courtside Lakers games. It's like, who am I gonna take to those sorts of things, you know?
Bro, but I feel like LA is it's living life on hard mode, you know?
But you got to take advantage of it. Seize the moment, you know?
Like, what connections do you have in LA? Because isn't your best friend, like, not living
Connections that I can't even say on stream right now.
Oh, well, besides that one that I know about, which is an important one, not gonna lie.
That's probably one of the most important.
You're right. You're right, but I mean, you can always fly there.
No, it's also like think about this. Like even like ones that are like obviously like public. It's like Jimmy Dore, for example. Like that's been so cool to be able to like get dinner with him, like probably about a monthly, and him and Steph, and like getting to know them, and like going to events here, like even like smaller things, like going to that protest yesterday, bro. Oh my god, I'm making a video. I spoke to 20 MAGA supporters, mostly MAGA supporters, about. I went up to them. I said, "What do you think about the war in Ukraine?" And I kid you not, Haas, each one of them would look at me and they say, "It's all lies. It's all deception.
Yeah, that's my experience too.
Bro, but like I got a video and I was streaming it, and like the chat was losing it. They're like, "Oh my god, they're so base."
Yeah.
But if I went to like
I'll watch that video on stream too. I was gonna watch your video with. I am still going to probably tomorrow, but with Scott Ritter.
Yeah, you have to watch it, but
be careful what you say. But
yeah, you have to especially watch the last question. That's all I'll say.
Did you guys cover the alleged chemical attack?
We talked about Busha. We talked about Kramatorsk. We did not get to talk about that because that happened like right when we were ending our conversation. But I'm going to do a stream about that tomorrow. That shit's...
Yeah, I'm going to cover most of that tomorrow too because I need to actually compile the info because there's like so many different...
Bro, I needed the guerrilla army today and they didn't pull through.
Why not?
I don't know. Like I I think what happened was they did try to pull through.
When did you stream it? Because it might have been a time zone thing.
I was at probably 1 p.m.
Yeah, they're all used to like my fucked up sleep schedule, so that's probably why.
So Kiev Independent posted this thing about the events, and they quoted a guy named Andriy Belitsky because he's the first commander of the AZOV.
Yeah.
I don't know what you can say on Twitch and stuff. I don't want to put you at jeopardy, but anyways, they quoted him, and then my subtweet to that tweet, I just absolutely roasted them and exposed them, and I needed the guerrilla army to pull through.
Oh, for the ratio.
It was Operation Ratio Kiev Independent.
Why didn't you tell me? I would have announced it.
We launched a special operation, and the guerrilla army didn't show up.
They do that sometimes. They don't always show up. The guerrilla army, I need to work on that because they eventually show up after 2 days, but they're not quick in their mobilization,
You know why it was
I
important?
got to work on that.
It was important that we did it quickly because the chemical incident was trending on Twitter, and that Kiev Independent post was one of the top posts. So if everyone had seen the top comment to that post mine was the top comment, but if they had seen it ratioed them, it would have been hilarious. But I think what happened was all the Kiev Independent supporters, I think there's a feature, I don't have it on Twitter yet, but there's a feature where you can downvote tweets, and I think they downvoted my subtweet en masse.
Damn.
Hello?
Yeah. You can downvote?
Yeah, I guess that's a feature that some people have now.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Twitter's done, dude. I can't wait until Twitter stops being the main place.
I love Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't know. Truth Social. Maxwell Smart still isn't approved for Truth Social yet, and he applied at the same time as me.
Yeah.
That was a month ago. Maybe more.
That's fucking crazy.
Are you approved?
For what?
Truth Social?
No, not yet.
Um.
Not yet.
All right. Case the Roddy, quick hangups. Peace.
See you later. Damn. We got... Alright, I'll have more content for the news tomorrow. Guys, remember tomorrow, 7 p.m. So I'm going to try to stream earlier. Alright. I honestly have to use the bathroom. So bad. Who the fuck am I gonna... I'll just raid. Alright guys, I gotta eat dinner, go to bed and shit. See you tomorrow, because I'm gonna try to stream early. Okay? Okay guys, bye.